Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon, gang. Hi there. Welcome, welcome. Sun's finally out. Let's see what we can do. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you. Welcome, one and all. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is out. Where is she? St. Louis?
St. Louis.
If you're one of our bureau chiefs in the greater St. Louis area.
Did your kids go see her yesterday?
They did not. Well, she told me that nobody came up to her and said, hey, I'm Alan's son or daughter. My son had said that he might pop his head in, but I didn't follow up with them. She told me that she didn't think that they stopped by. She was at Michigan State University last night, where both of my older kids go. And what did she say? We discovered that the ballroom was, in fact, on the second floor?
Yes, it was on second floor. It sat for 336 people showed up.
Yep. So, listen.
Hey, she gets paid the same either
You do
way.
colleges for the money,
Right.
Doesn't matter if 36 or 300 people show up.
It's a good payday.
You get a nice big check. So anyway, if you are one of our St. Louis bureau chiefs, maybe you can go see Mary out there. I love St. Louis. St. Louis gets dragged a lot. I was on the air in St. Louis for a handful of years, and I'm a big fan of that town. Hey, Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Thursday.
Are you okay? You sounded a little worn out there at your beginning. You didn't. Sometimes you're shot out of a cannon. That sounded a little something. You okay?
Yeah, I'm just trying to chill. I'm okay as of now.
Good.
As of now.
Be nice and chill during the show.
I don't need to be shot out of a cannon, is what.
No, you absolutely
No,
don't.
no,
Nope.
So yeah.
I think your we can count on your base level a lot of times being more amped than maybe some other people's.
Oh, absolutely. That's my spirit.
So I'm never worried about that.
There's things that elevate my spirit, like when I have coffee or if I'm really excited about something. But I love doing the show. Don't get me wrong. But there's nothing out of the ordinary happening today, so there's no reason for me to be shot out of a cannon. I had my normal amount of coffee. I had some food in me. I got some pizza left over. So that's about it.
Where'd you get pizza from?
Pizza 216. I went there last night with a friend.
You mean Pizza 216?
Yeah, either one.
We're running this commercial right now, WMMS, which is we didn't cut it locally. It's somebody did it out there, and they go, "Who's got the best whatever in the 216?"
Like,
So yeah,
come
it
on.
makes it sound really local when you do that. That's always good. Don't use us. Don't use the people who live here. Use somebody else.
I wasn't sure if I had ever been there before, but then I walked in. I was like, "Oh yeah, we did a live broadcast."
We did
I
a
did a live
live
show there. Yeah.
opening day broadcast there a couple of years
As
ago.
soon as I walked in, I remembered. I was like, "Oh yeah."
Recognized? Did you come in from the back or from the street?
From the front?
Oh,
you know what is behind that Pizza 216? Like, I've never been in there. I've never
The
walked
arcade?
Yeah, I've never walked through the arcade at all.
Oh, the arcade's beautiful.
It's awesome. There's
I
always
know.
people like taking wedding photos back there, and yeah.
I know where it is, but I don't know what businesses are behind there. I don't know what's in there for me to go.
There's a
I mean,
post
there's not
office downstairs. There's a
There's a few businesses. It's not exactly hustling and
Is
bustling.
it like a Tower City type thing?
I mean, it's just a beautiful wedding
It's just kind of
venue.
quiet. Yeah. I mean, you'll see people who work downtown eating lunch with each other at these little like two top tables.
Just saying, if it was, and I understand we're Cleveland, not Chicago, but if it was Chicago, it would be a hustle and bustle. It would be like
there's just more people. Any place where you have more people, you know.
But see, I thought the arcade was
if
like
we were in if we were in a really small town, there wouldn't be anybody in there.
Right.
So.
Well, I'm stupid because I thought the arcade was legit an arcade. I thought it was like a big arcade with games and stuff, and people would like take field trips.
You did not.
Yes, I did. I thought people...
Haven't we all walked through there before to get from point A to point B at some point for a show event? I thought we did.
I thought I always mistake that place behind Pizza 216 with the little entryway where Barrio is. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
yes.
That's the 5th Street Arcade.
Yeah, that's the other one. I know it's difficult in downtown Cleveland to
bunch of old ass buildings.
keep all of the arcades figured out and separate. And this is what Poundcake thought was over there. He's like, these people are eating lunch. And
I thought if you go into like
playing Space Invaders,
there's a place back there, like there's a door you open, and then it's just like good times where there's like moving targets and you got to shoot your little lasers and stuff. I have never been in there, so I didn't know. I don't gallivant downtown unless I have something to do.
No, because the other side, if you walk through, is the Hilton. So they have because Gwen and I went to a wedding years ago down there. And
stayed in that hotel a few times.
Yeah, there you go.
Just for like little local staycation type situations.
Now, what if they had, I understand you saying that you thought it was video games, but what if they had a bunch of video games?
I wouldn't know.
What if they did? No. If you went through and you go, oh my God, you were to make a beeline for what?
I like the laser tag stuff, like the get your target. They have sometimes moving.
Yeah, but laser tag's not a video game. You're thinking
you mean
of
like
an
a
arcade.
shooter.
You're thinking more of like a Dave and Buster's main event type place.
That's what I thought.
You thought
it
the
was.
downtown arcade was a Dave and Buster's.
I thought it was legit an arcade.
Well, now you know it's not.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because a friend of mine who's been on my podcast, Maverick, I think he proposed there. And I didn't even know it was called the arcade. I was like, is that the Galleria? There's a bunch of places that kind of look like that.
Yeah, the Galleria is similar too, yeah.
But it wasn't that specifically.
Gotcha.
So, yes, I learned.
Well, arcade in that sense is a really old-timey definition, too. It's like way back in the day, the arcade was like whatever
it was kind of what
their
a mall
version
was.
of a mall.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, like the 1800s.
I was going to say, definition, arcade definition. Am I stupid?
Oh, this game we play later is going to be perfect.
We're going to play a game with you later on, Poundcake.
A covered passageway with arches along one or both sides.
There you go.
Or short for video arcade. Damn. So you guys are right.
Yeah, we knew we... What?
I just...
Poundcake goes, oh, turns out you guys are right.
Oh.
There's no video games
no
over there.
amusement
Oh, are we
arcade.
right? Oh, thank you. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
now you know. Listen, every one of these
Cleveland needs
things...
to stop being so misleading.
Every one of these things... I mean, there are a couple of actual arcades, I think, in Northeast Ohio.
Yeah.
I actually have for when we travel, I have a pinball locator app on my phone. There's an app called Pinball Map, and I can set it, and because when we were in Vegas for the 4th of July, I wanted to go to the Pinball Museum, and we didn't make it there. We went to the Punk Rock Museum instead. But there's a Pinball Map app that you can put on your phone. I did, and then anywhere you are, it'll tell you where the closest pinball machine is. And I'm no pinball wizard. It's not like I'm a nerd for them, but they are really fun. And so, do they have them back here at Geraci's? They just have the sit-down
They
video
just have the
games.
sit-down tabletop like Space Invaders and Pac-Man and stuff.
Because there are some places that will have legit pinball games, but other places will
Super
just
Electric.
have... Yeah, or the other places, it'll show up on the map. It's a restaurant. Like when we were doing the Funny Bus.
Yeah.
That starts and stops at Collision Bend there.
Oh, yeah, they got
and
some.
they've got a bunch of pinball machines.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. We should do the...
High and Dry, where I would do my show on Thursday nights. Starts at 8 p.m. It's free.
Is that in Tremont?
Yeah, it's in Tremont. And they have a bunch of pinball machines, too.
Can I correct you on one thing you got wrong, Alan?
Oh, please do.
It wasn't the Hilton on the other side. It's the Hyatt.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The Hyatt Regency
The H.
Cleveland at the
sorry.
arcade.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
I do appreciate devotion to accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me take a break here. If you want to send a text to me, I'll see him 35192. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or
Podcast.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is. Alan Cox. On 100.7 WMMS.
Listener in the break reminded me of a great song from a band called In Flames. Swedish metal band called Pinball Map. We were talking about pinball games before the... There you go. You know, there's going to be more where this came from. Saturday night, we do a metal show here on MMS. We played some In Flames from time to time. I haven't played Pinball Map yet, but... the show is called 2 Hours to Midnight, and it's 120 minutes of metal. We were preempted last Saturday by a West Coast Guardians game, but we're on this Saturday night, and I'm joined by Corey Roddick and Pat Butler, and each week the three of us throw in a bunch of metal tunes that we want to hear from across the spectrum. We also play local music, play brand new stuff, play classics, play your requests. It's a lot of fun. So 2HTM at WMMS.com if you ever want to submit a request. Maybe you're in a band. I'd love to hear what's going on in Northeast Ohio metal. So 2 hours to midnight is Saturday night at 10 o'clock. And then Sunday morning, it's the Week in Cox. Poundcake and Bill are your hosts for that. That is 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. That is 8 to 10 every Sunday morning. Other people pointing out that the Cleveland Pinball and Arcade Show it's happening today through the weekend for people who really want to dig in. Out in our old neck of the woods. It's at the Independence Holiday Inn. Oh. Right there on Rockside. Ooh. You can pay $20 and it's a lot of free play. Video games, it's pinball. What timing?
That sounds fun.
It sounds great.
$20? That's cheap.
$80 for all 4 days. Or $20 a day. DJ Charlie Brown is going to be performing. Woohoo. And tomorrow, I'm just looking at the page here, a mind-blowing, jaw-dropping, comedy-packed show presented by Ohio Burn Unit. Is that like an improv troupe or something?
I guess so.
That's a great name if it is. No refunds on unused tickets, or as the page says, unst tickets. I assume they mean unused. But boy, what timing. The Cleveland Pinball and Arcade Show, now through Sunday, out in Independence. Have you seen the dude who played Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville as a Green Day song?
Oh, no. That sounds amazing.
People were giving this dude a hard time. They were like, you're just using his death to get content. And the kid's like, Jimmy Buffett reposted this when I did it. So I got like the high five virtually from Jimmy Buffett when he was alive. But yeah, I like it. It's pretty good.
Nibbling on sponge cake, watching the sun bake. All of these tourists covered with oil. Strumming my six string on my front porch swing. Smell of the shrimp, they're beginning to boil. Wasting away again in Margaritaville.
Now, does this mean that you can turn anything into a Green Day song? I mean, does it speak to
any pop punk song, really?
Yeah,
like
I guess so.
Anything can be turned into, because there's the dude that pretty much has made a living off of turning songs into like Blink 182 type covers.
Right. Well, this guy got
Alex
the
Melton, I think his name is.
That guy got I think you're right. This dude got the repost from Jimmy Buffett when he first did it. So he was posting it again. He said, like R.I.P. Jimmy Buffett. People were really giving him a hard time because people like to give somebody a hard time for anything.
Oh yeah.
Anything they do, anything they enjoy, they'll give people a hard time. Alan Poundcake thought that the arcade downtown was full of games, but let's not forget he also thought that the Funky Bunch were Marky Mark's testicles.
His balls.
Mm-hmm.
I still stand by that. I think it is.
You're doubling down on that. That the Funky Bunch, despite being his backing band and being creative individuals with their own names and stories and families, you're saying, nope, fake news. The Funky Bunch, his nuts.
Have they ever done a Funky Bunch? Where are they now?
Like a behind the music.
might, yeah.
Without him, just the Funky Bunch.
They're like, where are they now?
That would be awesome. Well, because I was reading that Paramount Plus is dropping a Milli Vanilli documentary.
Ooh.
And one of those guys is dead. So Milli Vanilli, for people who
But
aren't...
is he?
Well, wouldn't it be great if they revealed that he had faked his own death? Milli Vanilli, for people who aren't old enough to remember, were this manufactured band that swore they weren't in the 80s. And they had a ton of hits. They won, I think, the Best New Artist Grammy. We were talking about the curse of the Best New Artist Grammy yesterday. We were talking about Christopher Cross coming to the Agora in a couple of weeks. And he won the Best New Artist in like 1979, 1980. Mid-80s, Milli Vanilli wins. And they were these two guys, two black guys, who they were lying about the fact that they were singing the songs. They weren't singing the songs because I think anybody paying very close attention to it was like, this is all made up. Now, this was way before, this was back when a manufactured band was like a scandal, right? Now, people assume that stuff is all kind of created within an inch of its life. They're not writing their own songs, all that kind of stuff. But these two dudes were Dutch. And so it almost, it started to peel back when these guys accepted their Grammy. Because they were like, thank you so much for this. This is such a, they had these like Dutch accents or something. They're like, there's no way, because the music sounded like a couple of dudes from Brooklyn. They were like, there's no way these are the guys. And then people started kind of digging in a little bit. And it became a huge, they had to give the Grammy back. It became a huge scandal. But it was two dudes, like producers, who put these guys together and then faked singing and going on tour. But they had a ton of hits. But one of them died a few years ago. It was Fabrice Morvan was the one dude, and then Rob Pilatus was the other guy. They were both German. And Rob Pilatus, I think, had an overdose. He's been dead a long time. He's been dead like 25 years. But the Milli Vanilli, first of all, terrible, terrible name. It's one of those names when like European bands try to cash in on what might sound slangy.
Yeah.
And it's like an uncanny valley of slang,
Right.
We're called Milli Vanilli.
I'm
What?
Milli.
Well, I don't.
So is one of you Milli and one of you Vanilli?
Right. Well, that's what people would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. So once people found out that they didn't sing any of the vocals.
Why not just Millie and Billy?
Millie and Billy.
Millie and Willie, Millie and...
Millie,
there's so many,
Billy,
yeah.
and Vanilli. They needed a third guy to take some of that shrapnel. Trouble was, these guys were like, we want to prove we can sing. So they recorded a comeback album where they sang, and it was terrible. So you're like, hey, get those other two dudes back. But that was there was a lot of that in the late 80s and early 90s in like that dance pop era. Because the very, very first job I ever had in radio was on a dance format. It was dance radio. And there was a lot of that happening where they'd put a hot, hot babe on the cover, but she wasn't the one singing the songs. And they were trying to kind of keep that quiet. They'd get some gospel singer who was like, in her early 60s, who could really belt it out. There's a woman named Martha Wash about 30 years ago who sang all the lyrics for this band called Black Box, which was another huge... People still hear Black Box music when they're watching sporting events. They did Strike It Up, and they did Everybody, Everybody. You still hear those songs. And that was another construction, I think it was German or French or Italian or something, where they had a producer, and they got a hot girl to lip sync in the videos, put her on the cover of the album, but they got another woman completely to sing the songs. And she sued them because they were lying about it and because they didn't give her that much money. It turned into a whole big thing. But the Milli Vanilli documentary, you bet your ass I'm going to watch that. The untold story of music's most infamous con, is what it says. Yeah, because when they put that album out in the late 90s, they're like, no one trusts us, but we can actually sing. Like, okay. And they were like, like you could hear their accents while they're singing, like, you guys don't sound anything like the dudes that were singing those original songs. So, yeah, the one guy died of an overdose. And that's why they never ended up going on their comeback tour, because he died. But that one album that everybody remembers, if you do remember it, they sold 30 million copies.
Yeah, it was huge.
It was
they were
massive. They were one and done, but
constantly
it was
talked
huge.
about.
Yes,
I remember that kind of broke my world.
Milli
because
Vanilli.
Milli Vanilli was so popular, and then they were a joke, and I was like, oh, but because I was right in that age group, I was probably 8 or 9 when they were that popular. I was like, but I really liked them.
You can still like them.
They weren't a thing.
And they weren't, this wasn't even about separating the art from the artist. They weren't the artists.
Right.
They were just models.
And also, it was at an age and a time where if I liked them or not, it wouldn't matter because I didn't have money to go buy the album, and they stopped playing it on the radio. So it just went away. Like, people didn't want to hear it. Like, it was a #1 song or like a #1 album, and then they're like, nope, we're not doing this anymore.
You couldn't even get the single anymore.
Didn't I tell you when I was in Orlando, I had one of those Captain Jack Sparrow bandanas on, and it had like the dreads hanging from it, and my brother kept calling me Milli Vanilli because I kept doing the little dance. Disney World, they always have some type of little, I think we were at Animal Kingdom, and so they had the little drums going. I was like, ooh, let me just do a little dance, and the dreads just flying everywhere.
Milli Vanilli.
So yeah, we were in line for like some ride for like 2 hours, and by the time he had the whole line calling me Milli Vanilli. He's like, get in line, dear, behind Milli Vanilli right here. I'm like, don't bully me.
He did you dirty right there, his own family.
Because if you bully me in front of people, then they think they can bully me too.
This is run like a tight military operation. It's on a need-to-know basis.
I ain't keeping my mouth shut for nobody.
They don't want us to sing. What? This is weird. We don't want to lip sync.
Someone had to have known this was going on. We were seduced, we were abused, and we're happy that it's over.
We are happy that it's over. It's, yeah. You're like, these brothers do not sound like the guys that are singing these songs. I'm in love, girl.
Girl, you know it's true.
And that drum beat that every pop song for about 15 years used, too.
So from the skip at the concert, though, like, what about Ashley Simpson at SNL?
I mean, that
was just embarrassing.
That was
She's
just
a singer.
embarrassing, but it also was kind of her exit.
I don't think
because she wasn't really popular. Yeah, she didn't really come back from that.
She did like some songs with like Missy Elliott. Some of her stuff was like lit because I played it at weddings before, like LOVE, but it still was never.
Is that her song?
Yeah, like she had boyfriend boyfriend, and then like la. I think it's just like called LOVE, but she had some hits with Missy Elliott, but it never got the same traction. That didn't get the same radio play like it did with like Autobiography and like Pieces of Me, because she was coming out as Jessica Simpson's little sister, and who is this brunette bombshell, because she dyed her hair black because she wanted to be different than her sister. She wanted to be more taken like seriously, other than Jessica, the dumb blonde.
Alan, if the guy died, isn't it the perfect time for a comeback tour? Like in the Easter sense, or in the only one guy needs to get paid? The peak era of bike shorts is what Mike from Parma says.
Yeah,
these guys were out there dancing in, whatever the bike shorts. What was the big bike shorts brand? Not Umbro. Those are the soccer shorts.
No, I don't remember the brands, but I just remember wearing bike shorts predominantly through kindergarten and first grade.
Oh, yeah, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
We all did.
All right. Well, anyway, for anybody who gives a rat's ass about the Milli Vanilli documentary, it will start streaming on Paramount Plus on the 24th of August.
Like nowadays, they'd be like, okay, yeah, we were faking it we'll give you all your money back. We'll start an OnlyFans or something. Like, there's ways you can. There's plenty of artists right now that aren't top in the charts, but they look good enough where they can model. Like Shawn Mendes album sales and tours.
Yeah, but he's a guy who sings, right?
Yeah, but there's a lot of there's like think of the Chainsmokers. They don't sing,
but they're DJs.
Okay, but how do you know they don't DJ? They might do something.
No, well, what do you mean? No, but to me, there's a difference between the guys who are like producing things with other people or DJs. They're not purporting to be something else. They're like, we do the beats and then we get a variety of singers to sing.
But did Milli Vanilli, because I wasn't alive when this was going on, but like, did they dance? They at least danced, right?
They danced and lip synced, but they were telling everybody that it was them singing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean,
they were lying.
It's the lying that got everybody worked up.
I'm just trying to think. They could be hype men. Like, before you overdose and like take your own life, there's other avenues you could take.
Well, I mean,
right, but it's a step backwards. I mean, if you have sold,
it's not really a step backwards because it was a step you were never supposed to have in the first place.
No, but you had it.
But if you were presenting yourself as such,
also,
and then they go, oh, well, now you're just a background dancer or hype man. No one's showing up for that.
And if you have been to the heights, you don't want to be skiing backwards. Like, nobody wants that. You got people screaming for you. Yeah, Bill's right. Nobody's going to want to be like in the background after that.
I didn't even know they take Grammys back. Like, how you going to give someone's Grammy back or make them give it back?
God is always taking Grammys back.
Took my Grammy back 7 years ago.
My Grammy got taken first out of all of yours.
When was that?
Oh, God, like 90,
okay.
97, 98. Like, after
well, my
Diana
Grammy was
died.
102.
Oh, my grandma was 72 or something like that. She had lung cancer.
Speaking of taking awards back, because they just say that their Grammy had been revoked or rescinded or something like that, and I assume that just means you're not in the record anymore.
Statue.
Like, they keep, it's not, nobody shows up to, grab your
Give
Grammy,
back.
repossess your Grammy award. But did they take Will Smith's Oscar? Or what
no, I don't think they did.
Or they didn't engrave it or something like that. I thought there was something with the Academy where they were like, I know they banned him for 10
But
years.
they can, though. They can take the statue. When I watched Toni Braxton's biopic, they showed up at her house when she was going through her
scandal.
It wasn't really a scandal when she was going through her bankruptcy. She filed bankruptcy twice, and they showed up at her house, and they were like, "Where are your Grammys?" And
but wait, was that?
But that's because they're an asset, right?
Yeah,
they're worth money.
I was gonna say, so they took her Grammys.
But was that the award people taking that back, or is that?
I think that's like the IRS.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. The IRS didn't show up to Milli Vanilli's house. I mean, I assume they were living together.
Is that?
I assume the mailbox said Milli Vanilli. One Milli Vanilli way, and the flag would go up and down. No, I think if you owe back taxes, they're coming to take everything.
Think about like that. Ooh, I would be so pissed. The IRS agent like, guys, guess what I got at lunch? It's a Grammy, and it has like someone's name on it. Like, that's so like sleazy, dude. I don't know.
Toni Braxton's Grammy.
Toni Braxton, they took her Grammys twice. Like, she won a Grammy, filed for bankruptcy, they took her Grammy. Then she won another Grammy, filed for bankruptcy again. They said, can we have your Grammy again?
Was she? Give me that back.
They took like 4 of them. I was like, damn.
Man.
According to
she's
her,
like, I gotta stop winning Grammys.
I don't know if it happened like that, but that's how they depicted it in the movie.
Was she just not good with money?
She had
everybody on the payroll.
No, she has lupus. So when she...
Well, so does Nick Cannon. That guy's got 11 kids.
But the difference is Nick Cannon's not actively performing. She's a performer, and she had a residency, I think, at the Flamingo. And when she got sick, she couldn't even like get out of bed.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And so they canceled her. She was expecting a lot of money from their residency, and she wasn't able to do shows.
Gotcha.
So she had to file for bankruptcy. So it had to do with her health. I remember she was coming to like Northfield Park, and it was the day I had an appearance, and I had a real decision to make. She was one of my living bitches that I want to see before I die.
Living bitches.
And I was like, I had an appearance, and it was like $300. I was like, do I want to do the 300, get paid, or go see Toni Braxton? And thank God I said paid, because she ended up canceling the show like the day before, because she couldn't go on tour. She was sick. But I almost did it. She was one of my living bitches, and I wanted to go see her.
All right. Well, you living bitches. She's still alive, though, yeah?
Yeah, but a lot of, I mean, I wanted to go see Tina Turner. She was alive, but she wasn't actively performing. Celine Dion's no longer actively performing, so I'm glad I saw her while I did. Toni Braxton's pretty much next on the list.
I wonder if there's a case to be made that touring makes you sick. Toni Braxton, Celine Dion.
I mean, it is stressful.
It's very stressful. Toni Braxton's foxy, though.
Yeah,
Still to this day.
Yeah, she is.
I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can watch live if you like at alancoxshow.com and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Do you believe the government has alien bodies and some of our officials have seen them?
But they got radiation poisoning.
Yeah.
And I forget, Gaga readers or whatever that test radiation. You don't think they walked around the outer perimeter? Like, these are all conspiracy theories.
I've used a Gagon meter on Doogie, and let me tell you, low reading. Crystal, on the other hand, high tolerance on her Gagon meter.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
This is Katina Mobley. This is what's trending from iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Penn Station East Coast Subs.
The Vikings will visit the Eagles. That'll kick off week 2 of the NFL season tonight. DraftKings line favors Philly by 6.5 points. Browns coach Kevin Stefanski says Deshaun Watson's running will be in the game plan every week, including Monday in Pittsburgh. DraftKings line favors Cleveland by 2. And Guardians right-hander Tristan McKenzie was sharp in rehab at AA Akron last night, striking out 4 over 3 no-hit innings. I'm Scott Davidson.
Whenever you're hungry,
DraftKings.com/football terms.
Don't miss our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival. See Foo Fighters, Fall Out Boy, Lenny Kravitz, and many more. Friday and Saturday, September 22nd and 23rd. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to watch live, do it there. YouTube stream. Who's helping out today? Thank you so much to Henry Flenterson for assisting us back there remotely, but very ably in the video department. The Guardians lost yesterday, didn't they? The whatchamacallums rallied.
Yeah.
San Francisco Giants. It was like bottom of the eighth, and I think it was 5-2 Guardians. They closed that series. So Guardians win 1 of 3 in San Francisco against the Giants. A late rally there put the Giants up 6-5. Tomorrow, the Guardians will be back at home. They're off tonight, but tomorrow night, 7:10 is when you can get your first pitch here on MMS. So right around 6:40 is going to be beginning of your pregame. And we're only looking at a couple of weeks left in the regular season. Last regular season game is Sunday the 1st. So you have about 2.5 weeks left. They got the Royals, Orioles, Reds, and Tigers left to play over the next maybe 20 days or so. And then they will go right into the postseason.
Oh, Alan, actually,
I'm sorry?
They don't get a postseason this year.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was misinformed. There's no way for them to go in. There's no wild card part for them.
No, they're way too far back.
Too far back.
Yeah.
All right.
It would take an absolute. They
An
would have
act
to
of
run the
God.
table,
Mm-hmm.
and the Twins would have to pretty much lose every game.
Which neither team has been doing.
No.
Right. All right. Well, there you go. We will be out tomorrow. Back live on Monday. So before we get out of here later on, we're going to play a little game with Poundcake.
I'm excited.
We are so enthralled with the way his brain works. Yesterday, I was playing a piece of video for you. Andrew Butts, who I saw left a message on our Facebook page.
Yeah.
Andrew Butts was that kid who was on the bank there of the river and just whipped this beer up to a dude that was on a freighter coming down the ship canal there and just nailed it.
Yeah, it's legendary throw is what I told him.
Legendary throw. Very well done. And Poundcake was surprised that the guy catched it yesterday on the show. Now, sure, slip of the tongue, or brain fart, whatever it is. But we always do like to kind of have a peek inside the way Poundcake's brain works. Should I tell him the game we're going to play? A little teaser for the audience?
No, I
for him?
think
Spring it on him?
We want to spring it on him, yeah.
Well, we'll spring it on him then. Not to spring this on you because I just got the information a couple of days ago, but the Cox Out pregames are back. And, of course, I switched it up completely. For about 7 or 8 seasons, I did it downtown here when the Browns were here at home. This season, I have it's a super great time doing them, a lot of fun, but I said, let's do something a little different. So this time, I'm going out to the Burbs when the Browns are away. So Monday Night Football, the Browns are going to be in Pittsburgh to play the Steelers. I'm going to be set up at around the corner from 7 to 9:30-ish.
Around what corner?
Around the corner, Bill.
Which corner?
The corner.
Yeah, but which corner is the corner?
Around the corner.
Around the corner from where?
From the other side of the corner. Why don't they call it around the bend? That's like a curve there as Detroit goes around from Lakewood into Rocky River.
It's a corner.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's
not a sharp.
It's not a sharp corner. But I'd say it's a corner.
Not a 90-degree angle.
It's pretty close.
Okay. Anywho, so the way we're going to do it is I'm going to just kind of go back and forth between 2 locations for the Cox Outs. I'm going to go back and forth between around the corner and the Parma Tavern. this season. And, of course, I'll tell you week to week. But our very first one is going to be Monday night. I'll finish the show here. I'll haul ass to Lakewood, and we'll hang out, and we'll watch the Browns beat the Steelers, which I think they're probably positioned to do. You know, I lived in Pittsburgh about 8 years, and it was almost a fait accompli that the Steelers were going to run the table. And people in Pittsburgh had gotten so complacent as fans. They were so expected to win all the time. These were the Roethlisberger days, the beginning of the Mike Tomlin era. When I got there, it was still, what's his name? Chuck, not Chuck, no, who was the guy? Coach Cowher.
There you go.
Bill Cowher
was
the coach when I went there, and then it became the Mike Tomlin era. But
they've had 3 coaches in the history of that team.
Yeah, Chuck Noll,
3
right? And then
coaches.
Yeah, they were so dominant when I lived there that people just assumed they would win. Those days are kind of over. You know, they're kind of a middling team now.
Well, but Tomlin still has never had a losing season.
No, he's a great coach, but he doesn't have the tools he used to have.
No. They're a little bit rebuilding, but they rebuild while still being somewhat competitive. Their game Sunday was not good.
Nope.
So the Browns have a good chance of getting one in Pittsburgh, but, you know, the Browns are the Browns. So high hopes equal bigger falls, you know.
Well, we're going to see. Either way, we'll do the Cox Outs. I'll tell you week to week. Every time we do one, by the way, we're going to play a couple of games or whatever, but somebody walks out with $300.
That's sweet.
That's the prize for each of the Cox Outs. So Monday at Around the Corner in Lakewood, which is one of my favorite spots in Lakewood. So that's when that's happening.
Oh, you should have just said Around the Corner in Lakewood. Then I wouldn't have known exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I said Around the Corner in Lakewood.
Yeah, I just heard Around
the corner.
the Corner.
Oh, no wonder you were so confused.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry. You thought that I meant around the corner of the east side here.
Yeah.
Behind us.
Yeah, like there's not.
Oh, boy. Sorry. Didn't mean to take you for a ride like that.
Wish we had like a dive bar around this facility.
Oh, we do.
Which one?
Well, it's a little bit of a walk.
Yeah.
It's whatchamacallit. It's Betty's or Patty's or Betsy's or what's the place down the street? Somebody will tell me. I
kind of wish Moriarty's Pub was still open.
Yeah.
That was the one that I
Yeah, that was good.
It was right there.
Yeah.
In for a quick pop.
Well, maybe we should open one.
Ooh.
Poundcake, you down to open a dive bar, just the 3 of us?
Sure.
All right.
What would it be called? What would be the names?
Be called, what would you want to call it?
The trifecta.
ABC.
Yes.
Oh, that's probably taken.
That's probably taken.
That is
darn
taken.
it.
Which one he fit? Because Alan, Bill, Cody. God damn it.
Ah, come on.
All right, then we'll call it Cab. Cody, Alan, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually my initials anyways. So it'd be all about me.
Let's call it A-Cab. I mean, that won't run us. We won't run into any problems there.
All customers are bastards.
All customers are bastards. Becky's is what I'm thinking of. I'm sorry.
Becky's.
Yep.
Becky's is all the way down
well,
by
it's
CSU.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. I mean,
that's not.
You mean like around
I mean, like
here, right
I
here.
want 3 blocks from here,
Okay.
tops. Like Ontario Pub.
Because that's closed now,
That's
right?
closed.
Yeah, that sucks. That was a great spot.
I liked. Is Nick's still open? I think
Don't
Nick's is
know.
closed. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, there's good bars. I'm not saying there's not.
But
there's
they're a
great
little
bars.
bit more hoity-toity than we want.
But I want someplace that is just like $3 beers and just, you know.
Yep. Like the Harbor Inn, but
Yeah.
down here.
But here, yes.
Yeah. And I know people consider the Harbor Inn downtown. That's not what we're talking about.
No, we want it right. I want it Euclid adjacent is what I want.
Mm-hmm.
The cheapest bar around here is Heinen's.
Yeah.
Walk through the grocery store with a beer.
We could walk to Johnny's.
Johnny's is great. I
It's
love
at the end of the
Johnny's.
street.
That's not too far. Johnny's is good.
Well, all right. Alan, it's been over 30 years since the Browns were favored over the Steelers in Pittsburgh.
1989, yeah.
Oh, my God. They've had 3 coaches since 1969.
Okay.
Steve is clearing me up here.
Thank you.
Thank
but
you.
still, 3 coaches
Still,
since
yes.
1969.
How many have the Browns had?
They've had 3 coaches I mean, how many coaches have they had since you've been here?
The Browns have had 3 coaches a season since 1969.
Right.
How many have they had since I came here? When I moved to Cleveland, Eric Mangini was the coach of the Browns. That had to be like 7 or 8 coaches ago.
Yeah, so Browns coaches.
People asking also if Terry the Goat passed away or if the bit just ran its course. No, Terry the Goat has fallen ill. And I heard from Al Marcinek out there in Carlton, Pennsylvania. He hit me up about 2-3 weeks ago. And he said, hey, FYI, Terry is not in great shape.
All right.
And so that's why this season. And frankly, I don't want another piece of livestock doing it. That's kind of her thing. And it feels like it would be disrespectful to pass that off to another one of his stock. So it's Terry has picked NFL seasons for us for about the past 3 or 4.
So here's the coaches since you've been here. This is since 2010 when you got here.
Mm-hmm.
Eric Mangini, who was then fired weeks after you got here.
Mm-hmm.
Pat Shurmur.
Pat Shurmur,
yeah.
Right.
Rob,
he came from the Eagles or went to the Eagles?
He went, I think both.
Okay.
Maybe not. I don't remember. Rob Chudzinski.
Yep.
Mike
I
Pettin.
saw him on a flight to, I think, L.A. I saw Chudzinski.
Okay. And then we saw Pettin on our way back.
No, sorry, Mike Pettin.
Yeah, we saw Mike Pettin on our way back from Arizona.
There you go.
Because they had the meetings out there. Mike Pettin and Hugh Jackson. And then Greg Williams, who was just an interim head coach.
Greg Williams?
Yeah.
I don't even know who that is.
He's the guy that was Bountygate in... He was the defensive coordinator.
New Orleans?
New Orleans, yeah.
Sean Patton?
Yeah. Peyton.
Okay, Peyton, sorry.
Sean Patton's a comedian. Freddie Kitchens.
Well, he's a lot funnier than the football coach.
Yes,
I know that.
Is. Then Kevin Stefanski. So that's a lot, considering the Steelers have had 3 since 1969.
Yeah, pretty impressive. They have announced the finalists for the Toy Hall of Fame.
Ooh, I love this.
For the, I don't know, I forget what last year's were. The National Toy Hall of Fame has announced the finalists for their 2023 class. So these are the nominees. In much the same way that we'll find out if our own Cody Brown is Cleveland's best sports talker 1 week from today. The National Toy Hall of Fame has announced the nominees. Only 3 will be inducted. There are 12 they've nominated. They'll winnow it down to 3. They chop 9 of them off. They take half of them, and they will reveal those in November. Baseball cards. See, this is what I love when they, and the only reason that I talk about this when it happens is because some of the choices are positively demented. Like last year or the year before, one of the nominees was sand.
Remember that? I remember that.
So, it runs the gamut from modern toys, but then they go all the way back and they have to do like cup and ball.
Mm-hmm.
Sand was
wind. Next year, kite is a lock.
That's right. So I don't even know if sand got in. Baseball cards, Battleship. I last played Battleship to give people tickets for Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. I wanted a nautical-themed game. So much fun. But I was surprised at how many people had no clue how to play Battleship. That made me feel a little old. Bingo is one of the finalists. Bop It. Remember Bop It?
Oh, yeah, Bop It. Twist it. Pull it.
Oh, God, I love that.
Oh, yeah.
Of course you did.
Shut up.
What?
That's
You're
where he
just very hands-on.
Yes,
that's
where he first learned his moves.
Yeah.
He got to practice on the Bop It.
Pull it. Pull it again. Pull it harder.
Mm-hmm. Cabbage Patch
Get
Kids.
your mouth off it.
Connect 4.
I love Connect 4. I'm very good at Connect 4.
You ever been, I was at a hotel one time that had the giant Connect 4.
Yeah, those are fun.
It's got a friggin' library ladder on
It's
it. I'm
just
like,
so loud, though.
yeah, you're dropping like garbage can lids into the thing.
Like,
Yeah.
You can play drunk at 2 a.m. Like, all right, guys, we got to clear the lobby.
I have to reiterate, I'm very good at beating my kids at Connect 4.
Mm-hmm.
That was...
And even that gets harder to do the older they get.
Yeah. I have
My
some
7-year-old beat
strategies,
me
though.
in tic-tac-toe the other day.
Ooh, that feels.
Ken, Mattel's Ken doll. I would imagine that was probably a no-brainer with the Barbie movie being a billion-plus earner. And Choose Your Own Adventure books. I lived for those books when I was a kid. Choose Your Own Adventure. Holy cow. Little Tykes Cozy Coop, Nerf Toys, Slime, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are your dozen finalists for the National Toy Hall of Fame. They will pick only 3. I bet they'll pick Ken, baseball cards, and Nerf toys. Those would be my picks.
They did a Choose Your Own Adventure Black Mirror episode a few years ago. There's a movie.
Bandersnatch.
And it was overall kind of okay, but I think they made it too self-aware. And I wish it would have just been like we were almost a character in it. I wish it would have been just like you go this way or you don't. And then they tried a series with what's his face, Bear Grylls, where you would choose your own adventure. I like stuff like that. It's fun, and then you don't have to read either. So that's
well, the original series started when I was in like the 3rd grade. And they've rebooted it like over the years, but those original, now if you go on eBay and you find somebody that has the original collection, they're like $500.
Oh, really?
Like the Cave of Time and
what's it called? Cave Time?
Huh?
Choose Your Own Adventure. Cave Time.
The Cave of Time.
Yeah,
is what it was
Cave
called.
Time.
Yeah, Cave Time.
Safe in time.
And there was Deadwood City, and God, I just loved those books. I could not.
I don't
get
think I
enough
ever
of them.
actually read one all the way through.
Loved them.
I
never read one all the way through. They're like 40 pages.
I know, but you get to the part where you choose your adventure, and I'm like, my adventure's not reading.
Wow. You know what? I'm going to skip to the end and see which one doesn't kill me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Would they kill you?
Oh, yeah. You were dead. Or you fell off a cliff, or yeah. Because it was created for like, it was created for like preteen kids. So it gave you like this little, it helped you enjoyed reading more, theoretically. And there was like a little danger to it. There were no kids' books where you possibly died at the end. There were no kids' books in the first person.
Right.
That you were kind of reading through. And so, yeah, I loved those. And those are one of the nominees for the Toy Hall of Fame this year. But over the years, they've kind of rebooted them a little bit. But obviously, I'm whatever nostalgia I have is for those original ones. They were like the original interactive entertainment, were the Choose Your Own Adventure books. And yeah, some people cheated and they went, you flip to the end of Sugarcane Island and figure out, but your code name is Jonah was a great one. And they're just great, great books. Awesome. Yeah, if you go on Amazon or eBay, you can find individual books of those original series. They're like $60 used. Very
like the
expensive.
originals, yeah.
The originals, yeah. Like they did a Stranger Things version. They've tried it. Yeah.
See, that's only $10.
No, but the original ones. Third Planet from Altair and all those. I'm sure I have mine in my parents'
Here's
basement.
the whole
somewhere.
enchilada. 40 books, $260.
There you go. I may buy that. Check out my parents' basement first.
Mm-hmm.
Let me take a break here. I'll have those Glorious Sons tickets for you. They're on the Glory Tour with a band called the Velveteers. If you're into them, they're the support there. It's going to happen next Wednesday night, the 20th, at the House of Blues, and I'll have those for you coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app
how the pilgrims smelled terrible, and of course, presidents cheating on their wives. All of that and more on American Filth. Listen to American Filth on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to get stuff away. Get stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Glorious Sons. They are on the Glory Tour with special guest the Velveteers. In about 6 days, they're going to play Wednesday night right around the corner here at the House of Blues. I'm going to throw you tickets and the meet and greet with Glorious Sons. Pretty cool. Maybe you'll just get hip to them at the show. And then you'll meet him and go, oh my God, what a time we had. Thanks, Alan. Ticketmaster.com's got all the tickets, info, everything else. 2 tickets here for Glorious Sons and the Velveteers, Wednesday night at the House of Blues. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He keeps his emergency bug-out bag in his trunk. Unfortunately, it contains only Pez, comic books, and moist towelettes. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians off tonight. They got robbed last night there in San Francisco against the Giants. 6-5 is the final. So they end up winning one of those 3. They're coming back home this weekend. They'll play the Rangers, and then they'll head back on the road to play the Kansas City Royals. But only about 2.5 weeks left in the Guardians season. As Bill has assured me, there are no postseason plans for that team. Tito can devote all of his time to pizza. You think this will be his last? You think? I know, right? You think this will be his last season? I mean, he's made overtures that like it's time to go.
Yeah, I think he's done after
this is
this
it,
season.
right?
Yeah, I think it's.
You think they bump the next dude up, or they bring somebody in?
I think they have to weigh their options. Poundcake's still the best option, I think.
Don't get me wrong. I do like that option.
Once you have an independent fielder, it's going to change the game of baseball.
And line drive Peter. Yeah. Well, Terry Francona has had nothing, if not a notable career in Major League Baseball. Got the Red Sox, broke their World Series streak, right?
Yeah.
Got them to the World Series. And he was handsomely paid for it. He was, that guy was with the Cubs in the mid-'80s. I remember Terry Francona's name being thrown around. I was a White Sox fan, of course, but my whole family were Cubs fans. And, that was back when guys weren't making millions and millions of dollars. He probably didn't even make $1 million with the Cubs. And now, what do the Guardians pay him? $4 or $5 million a year? Makes good money.
Yeah.
So you can sail away on that. You can, I don't know what you do. You can just say, it's been a career. It's been a great time. He's, of course, he's from Pennsylvania, right? He's from, or his dad was at least, from a town called Aliquippa outside Pittsburgh. Anywho, Guardians, tomorrow night, 7:10, here on MMS. Alan, you were talking about the Toy Hall of Fame. Did you see the woman who's going to keep having kids until she gets a girl? I did see that. There's a woman, I don't know if this is a British woman. She's got 9 boys. I'm a mom of 9. I have twins on the way, and I won't stop until I have a girl. She's real cute, too. And the kids are like models. Like she and her husband, they both have the same hairstyle, but like she kind of has a Toni Braxton vibe. I don't know who the dude is. She's a 30-year-old mom from Dallas, and she has 9 sons. And they're so attractive that half of them look like girls, but they're all boys. And she says they will keep having kids until she has a girl. And she's hoping that one of the twins will be a girl. But her 9 children are age 12 through 2 months
Oh, it's so many kids.
Yalancia Rosario.
Oh, yeah, she is cute.
She's very cute.
He's 30 years old and has 9 kids.
Yes, well.
Oh, that took a minute to sink in.
I mean, yeah.
Oh.
This is what I'm saying. Like, some of these people are, like, professionally pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's all they ever do. But it's your life, and it's your family, and do what you want to do. But, yeah, all
I
these...
also think that these pictures of her are very heavily filtered.
Very heavily filtered. But there's no denying she and her husband have cute kids.
Mm-hmm.
She had her first son at 18 and has been pregnant every year since. She deals with online trolls who tell her to stop using our tax money and asking her...
Oh, jeez.
I thought these people loved children. These people, I guarantee, who troll her about stop using our tax money and how many fathers do your kids have. I thought those people wanted people to be having babies all the time.
Who?
They don't want black people to be having babies.
Oh,
usually.
it's the black people that I got you. Okay.
I didn't hear who was pregnant every year since they were 18.
This woman in Dallas, she's 30 and she's got 9 kids and she's like, she's got 9 boys. And she said, I won't stop until I have a girl. So I don't know if she's blown out down there. I don't know what's going on.
Every time she has a kid,
like
she
somebody renovating a fireplace.
Gets the extra stick. What do they call that? The
courtesy stitch.
Courtesy
the
stitch.
episiotomy. That's right. You got a lot of kids.
Tiffany, Heather, Cody, Dylan, Dermot, Jordan, Taylor, Brittany, Wesley, Rumor, Scout, Cassidy, Zoe, Chloe, Max, Hunter, Kendall, Caitlin, Noah, Sasha, Morgan, Kira, Ian, Lauren, Cubert, Phil.
You're waiting for Cubert to take off. You know, people are a lot. It doesn't matter when you're born. A lot of people pulled names of their children from whatever's happening currently in pop culture. And Cubert never really took off.
It's a good, fun game, though.
Cubert's a great game.
Never played it. I don't know what that is.
Well, you've never been down here to the arcade where there's all those games. I have to think that maybe it's somewhat coincidental that while we're celebrating the 30th anniversary of The X-Files, one of my favorite shows of all time, I think it was this week, 30 years ago, that Fox premiered a brand new show called The X-Files with unknown actors. Nobody knew David Duchovny or Gillian Anderson. And the show became a phenomenon. Now, it was early work for Vince Gilligan, who would go on to create Breaking Bad. You know, he came from The X-Files. But you're starting to hear more and more people. There are 2 things happening at once. The X-Files, a lot of people have that on the brain. And also these congressional hearings on UFOs. Or what do they call them now? UAPs.
Yeah.
They've gone from UFO to unidentified aerial phenomena, not just unidentified flying objects. Unidentified aerial phenomena. And so you've got people going, hey, I saw this thing in the backyard. And, you know, there's a family in Vegas who swears that that's what they saw, that they sent video. You might have heard the 911 call. That ended up going viral of the family. Now, if there's any place that you could conceive that aliens might be drawn, Vegas is perfect. Nellis Air Force Base is out there. They have a couple Air Force bases out there. Area 51 is right there. And a family called this summer and said, there's some wild stuff going on in our backyard. So people go, ha, ha, ha.
I wouldn't tell people, though, because no one is going to believe you.
Yeah, but everybody thinks that they have... This is a tough time to be a ufologist or a person who believes in this stuff, because it used to be there'd be a piece of video and people would go, well, that looks fake, or ooh, that looks great. These days, you can't trust anything.
Right.
So it's harder to even fake an alien thing, because people go, nah. Well, you saw the little tchotchkes that the Mexican government rolled out.
Oh, I love it.
Like they all look like clay ETs.
Right.
I mean, I'm not sure.
It could be like a statue that was buried underground.
But I don't even understand the point of it. What is the point of rolling those out and then trying to convince people that they're real? I mean, there's a point to everything like that. You're either grifting or...
well, I think it is a grift, and I think there's people that are so...
But how are they
want to
monetizing
believe.
that?
I'm sure they have some sort of collection, or they'll auction them off at some point, or something like that.
But there is no...
Because the peso's not very strong right now.
Right, but if you get worldwide attention from it, there's somebody on this planet that'll be like, I want those.
People were roasting them. Like, it was really bad. And that's
Because they looked ridiculous.
They do look ridiculous. And that's the thing. There is no upside to making a 911 call like that. Because either people are not going to believe you and you're going to be looked at as crazy, or they do believe you and you'll have, some government agency or whatever knocking on your door saying you're giving away classified information and your life is ruined. You got to be on the run now.
You're giving away on the run.
Or something.
No, because they're not going to knock. They're not going to knock on your door because they know everybody's going to think you're crazy.
But that's not always true though. They will also the public may think you're crazy, but the people if the government has aliens. There's people on the inside that know what they look like. They know what their craft looks like. If you make a description publicly on what the government has seen of aliens, they're like, oh, wow, there's no way she could know that. So then they won't know. They won't think that you're crazy.
Well, no, but everybody describes the exact same thing. They describe a disc.
Necessarily.
Well, they do. That's why I'm going to show
aliens, not the UFO.
I'm going to show. No, I'm going to show you this video here. Even aliens. Everybody draws the same thing. They draw the skinny, almond-headed, gray-green. Man, this family in Vegas, they swear there's body cam footage because they called the cops. Cops are like, yo, bro, don't call 911 if you think that you saw some stuff out here.
Mysterious fireball lights up the Las Vegas night sky, and it's all caught on a cop's body cam.
Now, to me, that looks nothing. It looks nothing more than a falling star or a meteorite or something that's burning out in the atmosphere. Right. These people swear up and down that it was. And then they said, well, we saw things in the backyard, really tall aliens in the backyard.
Later, 16-year-old Angel Kenmore frantically calls 911, telling the operator that something from out of this
they have to reshoot it, right? They have to have him,
world was in his backyard.
It has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
So there's two people or two subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. 9 feet, 10 foot. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes, and they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
In this world exclusive, Angel and his family.
World exclusive. They only spoke to Inside Edition. If you were going to do a world exclusive, wouldn't you do it on network television? Wouldn't you do it on the local news there in Vegas? World exclusive for all the. They sat down with the family. I swear that's what happened.
Are telling only Inside Edition what happened that night.
You're outside, you're working on a truck, and then you see a light, and then you hear a noise. So I mean, you start looking off in the distance?
Yeah, from here, like I just saw, the light falling right here.
Angel says he saw two creatures and was paralyzed with fear. When cops arrived, they didn't know what to make of this bizarre situation and approached the house with caution.
I have butterflies, bro. And these people say there's aliens in their backyard.
Angel told them the same story.
Have you ever been paralyzed with fear? By something that wasn't right in front of you and going to kill you. No. Like your fight or, paralyzed with fear is meant to imply that your fight or flight response is being overridden. Right? You can't move a muscle. You're so terrified. It's like sleep paralysis. You see a shooting star in the distance and you're paralyzed with fear.
I think when I thought I was going to get into a car accident, that's the only time I've been paralyzed with fear.
Oh, that's a great time to be paralyzed, when you're behind the wheel.
I wasn't behind the wheel. I was.
You're riding shotgun?
Yeah, there was nothing I could do. So you just trusting that everyone's going to.
Yeah, but that makes sense.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my God, we're going to crash. But again, that's not even paralyzed with fear. There's nothing you can do. You're not going to jump out of the car. You're like, whoa. Did you put your hands on the glove box? Did you do the strong arm?
No, I grabbed the, what is the thing above the door? It's just like a little hand.
The shrimp handle.
Yeah, that's literally what it was. I grabbed it, and I think I grabbed it so hard I ripped it off.
Yeah,
nice.
Look at that.
How'd you get so strong?
Paralyzed with fear. It was my whole body weight.
No, how'd you get so strong?
Oh, Orange Theory Fitness.
It's got paralyzed. How'd you get so strong? Paralyzed with fear?
It was the fear. I'm in paralyzed with fear shape.
That works too.
This pound cake for Orange Theory Fitness. You ever wanted to be paralyzed with fear? Come work out with me.
Now telling Inside Edition.
Did you see it?
Yeah, me and him saw it.
Dad Bobby, Mom Concha, and brother Joshua backed up Angel's claims, saying they saw the same creatures.
It was like a big creature.
A big creature?
Yeah, like around 10 feet tall.
Cops took the call seriously and left these parting words with Angel and his family.
If those 9-foot beings come back, don't call us, all right? Deal with it yourself.
They began canvassing.
Is the mom's name is Contra, like the old video game? Remember the video game Contra?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right.
Right.
Yeah, select, start.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Uh-huh.
I don't think I got it right, but it's pretty close.
It was close.
The neighborhood.
This might sound like a really dumb question, but did you guys see anything fall out of the sky?
As the story gathered worldwide attention,
So now
Check
the cops
out what
are
was spotted over the skies of
cops
Las
are
Vegas.
trolling. them.
nothing was heard from the Kenmore family until now.
Do you believe that these creatures were human?
That was not human.
What color were they?
Like green, gray.
We asked them to draw what they saw.
To the best of your ability, draw what you recall. Don't look at each other. Just focus on your own pad and try from your memory.
Like this kid doing
to
shading.
Draw a picture of the creature that you saw. This is what you drew, and describe this. What is this? And what are these?
These are, they look like ears, but they have like.
Everybody draws the same thing. Can you imagine if somebody said, I saw an alien, and then they draw it, and it's like an H.P. Lovecraft character. It's like Cthulhu. It's got a head and tentacles. Everybody goes for the almond-headed green man.
But again, why did it have to be aliens? Again, to your point, Alan, where
What, do you think they're just an ugly person?
No,
It is Vegas.
To Alan's
It was somebody coming home from work. They had a costume on, and you know.
But that's what I'm saying. To Alan's point, where he says my mom never did see a pterodactyl, and if you saw the same thing, you would automatically think, okay, what bird looks like a pterodactyl? Why wouldn't it be someone? Why wouldn't your mind go to, it can't be an alien, it's probably someone in a costume dressed as an alien to freak us out? Because that's very likely. Out there in the middle of the woods, people already think that they are in the middle of the desert, people already think that there's like Area 51 and secret stuff going on out there. Someone could very well troll you and
because everything's
an alien
because
outfit.
everything's a scam now. These guys call Inside Edition. Inside Edition comes out. They
Make
go,
some money out
give
of
you
it.
$500. What do you want?
Make their house a
Like,
farm.
it looks like antenna, like light.
And large eyes.
Large eyes, a lot of teeth.
No nose.
No nose, no.
Describe.
No.
That's what the guy
Yeah,
picked.
no
No
nose,
nose.
yeah.
You ever seen one of those little green men with a nose? Yeah, he's got a giant, like an old Jimmy Durante. Yeah.
Describe this if you can.
You know, this
It's a nice
what I
contemporary
saw,
reference.
The light was beside him.
Yeah.
I've tried to make the skin color. The skin tone had one of the legs. They look bent.
4 months since that mysterious night, the Kenmores say they are still haunted by whatever was lurking in their backyard.
Haunted. They're still haunted by what
haunted
was
by it,
lurking.
Alan.
Haunted.
People are gonna go to their house and be like, can I pull up my RV here and just sleep here, bro? And they'll charge.
Yeah, $50
fee,
right there in the front.
It's like a little
But again,
scam.
it's not the middle of the desert. This is, this is Metro Vegas. But again, it's an area rife with this kind of stuff. There's Air Force bases, there's Area 51.
Again, I think it's more likely that you see a pterodactyl in Cascade Park than you see aliens out there. I'm pretty sure they got them contained. You're more likely to see someone dressed up as an alien.
I bet the kid has a YouTube channel.
Or
Because
it's
every
Twitch
kid
now.
does. What's that?
It's Twitch. They don't have YouTube channels. YouTube has too many restrictions. Everyone goes to Twitch now. He has a
Well,
Twitch
but you're
page.
not going to be blocked for posting alien stuff on YouTube.
Misinformation.
Oh, yeah, they're really stopping that.
I think it's probably Twitch. He probably has a Twitch page. Watch me play video games.
With the green man that I drew here. Oh, it turns out it was just my cousin. He had a new motorcycle helmet, and the light was really flashing off of it, and I couldn't figure it out. I got a break here. If you want to go see John Oliver, he is going on the road. John Oliver Live is going to be at the Akron Civic Theater in a few weeks. If you want to see him, I'll hand off a pair of tickets for you coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere.
Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away.
All right, comedian John Oliver is not currently doing his show over on HBO because of the strike, so he's hitting the road. John Oliver Live is going to come to the Akron Civic Theater, and it's a few weeks away, Wednesday, October the 11th. You can go to livenation.com for any info on the tickets if you don't win them here. But if you're caller 10, you will. Good luck. 2 for John Oliver. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The Cup and Ball, the Yo-Yo, Pong, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text. You can watch the live video stream at alancoxshow.com. If you listen on iHeartRadio, leave me messages there. We'll talk back button. Next week on the program, as far as prizes go, going to be looking ahead to Halloween. I will have Factory of Terror passes for you all next week. That's coming up in Canton. I will put you at Cedar Point. The Mushroom Head 30th anniversary and Halloween show. That's at the Agora on October 28th. We'll put you at that all week. And then if you want to go see Saliva and Drowning Pool.
Who?
They are bringing the Snafu Tour to the House of Blues end of this month, the 27th, with Adelita's Way and Any Given Sin. So Drowning Pool and Saliva doing a co-headlining tour. We've got a VIP package for you at WMMS.com, registered for the meet and greet with Saliva.
I would like to meet and greet them.
I'd like to see Bill Squire back there hosting.
Click, boom! Oh, my new headphone pads.
Did they fall right off?
They fell right off.
Oh, man.
They're so...
Well, you got to suffer for your art.
Yeah.
That's
it's
okay.
all right. They're fine. They work.
They're hard to get on
yeah.
these. Yeah.
I got new ones, though.
New pads.
New pads. I've had those ones for 2 or 3 years, and they were all ripped to shred, and you could feel the spongy part hitting your ear, and that's
no good. Nope.
So, got some fresh pads today.
You want them sealed. You want them over your ears.
Mm-hmm.
These fresh pads. So that's next week on the program. My buddy comedian Jesse Joyce is going to be joining us.
Oh, hey.
You know Jesse.
I do, too.
Yep.
I don't know if I've ever met him in person, though. I know him. He's a very funny dude.
He and I go back a long time. He's got a book. He can't write either because of the strike. He's usually in somebody's writer's room. But he's got a book. So we'll talk about that next week. And whatever else we can squeeze in. Who else is coming on the show next week? Don't know yet. But we'll talk to Jesse on Tuesday. We're going to play a little game with Poundcake a little bit later on.
I got a big announcement on Monday. Big
Yeah?
announcement. Oh, yeah.
You don't want to tease it at all?
No.
There's nothing you can say about it now?
Give it all away.
Not give it all away.
Give it away.
Is this a comedy announcement?
Yes. Well, no, I mean, anything else going on in my life?
I don't know.
You guys got all mad
be...
when I talked about the pool table sex, so I won't be bringing that stuff up again.
We didn't get mad. Mary got mad.
Well, Mary gets mad about it.
Yeah, I didn't get mad. I want you to live your best life.
I have been. It's been good.
Yeah.
It's been good times over at Squifle Tower.
It should be.
But yeah, big comedy announcement on Monday.
Okay.
Very excited for it.
Are you opening for someone, or is it a headlining thing?
It's a headlining thing. Yeah.
Is it you and Poundcake going out and doing some dates?
That's exactly what it is. Damn it.
You did give it all away. I'm sorry. I'm so good at the guessing game that I couldn't hold it in. If you do listen to us on iHeartRadio, by the way.
I do have an opening announcement, though. I'm opening for Joe Mandy out in Pittsburgh in a couple weeks.
Ooh, Joe Mandy.
Yeah, he's going to be going around doing some touring because he
he's
can't
a
write
sweet
either.
little boy.
Yeah, he's
All
great.
right.
I love that dude. We've gotten to be pretty good friends just from comedy, and we both love basketball. So.
Oh, I'm not thinking that's Joe Mandy. We've had him on the show before.
Yeah.
Who am I thinking of? Joe, he looks like he's got a baby face.
I
Who's
think
the
of
comic?
Johnny Pemberton.
No. Joe somebody. He's kind of chubby, but he's got a baby.
Oh, you're thinking of Joe Maki.
Joe Maki is who I'm thinking of. That's right.
Yeah.
That's who
He's
I'm
a funny
thinking
dude,
of.
too.
Yep. He's from PA. That's who I'm thinking of. Joe Mandy, you'll be with
He
him
wrote
in
on
Pittsburgh.
The Good Place and Parks and Rec. And
Yeah.
He's
I saw him on Hacks.
Yeah, Hacks.
Gwen watches Hacks, and he was on
Hacks
that.
is a good show. I'm like a season behind, but I enjoy that show quite a bit.
Well, every show is going to be a season behind now
Right.
because nothing's happening. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, though, tell me where, if you're from out of state, so I can put you on this big map back here for people who care. One of our bureau chiefs. Don listens in Rowlett, Texas. Darren's in Honolulu. Brad listens in Yukon, Oklahoma. You should try to get a gig in Yukon, Poundcake. See what they got going on out there.
Is that where the potatoes are from?
You know, we have all those.
Yukon Gold?
That's Idaho. You know, we have all of these bureau chiefs all throughout this great country. Rarely a state is not represented by somebody. We do have a couple of states with nobody, but those are few and far between.
What states don't we have anybody?
Well, maybe we don't anymore. For a while.
I thought we had 50 for...
Yeah, I'm just looking at the map, giving it a cursory glance here. I guess you're right, but you know, you could avail yourself of all of these people in these states and go, "Hey, what's this town like? X, Y, and Z." And you know, you could be on there in Yukon, Oklahoma.
I'd be open to that.
Yeah.
The weather, it's not cold, but it's not hot either, right? Is it like
Oklahoma? I mean, I think you're probably in Tornado Alley, but other than that, it's a 4-hour flight from Cleveland. It's suburban Oklahoma City, so technically you would be on the air in Oklahoma City.
I've driven through Oklahoma City.
Oh, there you go.
I was there last year. It's a city.
Mm-hmm. OKC.
It's very weird because it's so flat. I don't know what city. I don't know if it was a suburb that we were looking at, but we were driving through. Let me make sure I'm talking about the right place. Because it was Oklahoma City. Because right before we got into Texas, it was so flat we could see like the other city. Like
There's no hills.
We saw a skyline from another city. I forget which city it was though. I mean, because I didn't know the area that well. But
Tulsa.
I don't know. We were on a major highway.
Major highway. Yukon. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but it was really cool. Like there wasn't a cloud in the sky, and there was nothing obstructing like your sight for miles, so we could see like the skyline of another city way back in the background. So that was pretty cool.
Well, 44 is a straight shot between Oklahoma City and Tulsa.
I think that's what it was.
There you go.
Because we went through. Does that go through Amarillo?
Amarillo, Texas. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we went through.
Yep. Sure does.
And we stayed a night in New Mexico.
Well, 40 goes through, but yeah, you probably came down 44 to 40.
Yeah, that was a road trip of a lifetime. I don't think I'll ever do that again.
Why not?
Because I don't think I'll have any need to do that.
No need to do it. Okay.
I was moving my friend from Columbus to what was she moving? Tempe. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that I was helping her move, and we were in a U-Haul, and we drove like 30 hours, and we stayed. I think our first stop was in Missouri.
And you got to know each other pretty well, didn't you? It was a trip of a lifetime.
Yeah.
How's she doing?
She's doing great. She just celebrated her 30th. She just had her dirty 30th.
She's still in Tempe?
She's in Arizona, but I think she's in Phoenix.
All right, sir. Well, a lot of people want to go to Phoenix.
What up, Alan? I find it interesting that all these aliens are able to fly across space in these fancy spaceships that can do all these crazy maneuvers or whatever that we can't do. And when they finally get to the planet, when people see them, they're always naked. There's no special suits, nothing they use to breathe our air. It's just naked, weird shaped bodies. That's crazy. All right, later.
Well, it's because they don't have the same hangups that we do with our Judeo-Christian values.
Yeah, they don't wear clothes. What's clothes for?
Hey, Pancake.
Yes?
What's up, man?
Whoa.
You know who this is?
Ghost Pack?
Yeah, that's right. Where you been, baby?
I'm good. I just haven't heard from you in a while.
That's right. I've been hanging out in people's backyards in Las Vegas.
So it was you.
It was me, sucker!
So it wasn't an alien, it was a ghost.
Well, they're pretty stupid. They don't know one from the other.
Okay, well, it's one mythical creature, trade one mythical creature for another. No one really thinks ghosts exist.
Are you calling me a mythical creature?
I'm
you
not.
Son of a bitch.
You're classified as a mythical creature.
Ghosts are not classified as mythical creatures.
Like a unicorn, yeah.
I am not a unicorn, you big dummy.
I'm not a big dummy. I didn't classify you as that.
You think I'm like a unicorn?
No, because
unicorn's made up.
I saw you, so I know you're real. But people don't believe me. People don't believe my mom saw a pterodactyl. I'm just saying there's some people out here that, can't wrap their brains around something that they don't understand.
Yeah, man, I'm just telling you, I spent a little bit of time out in Vegas. I got all the rubes worked up. And now I'm back here. I figured I'd check in with you.
Well, you didn't have any fun in Vegas other than...
Oh, I had a great time. Don't get me wrong.
Where'd you go?
Oh, I went all over the place. It's Vegas, baby. But what happens there stays there, so I can't say anything about it.
You go to the bunny ranch or the cat house?
The bunny ranch? You know I only want to watch you. I don't care what them hoes are doing out there.
Oh, gee.
I want to see what my hoe is doing here.
He's been busy, so you missed out on a lot.
Oh, damn it. I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have left town. I got back yesterday just in time to hear you talking about being in solitary confinement. How prison would be great, because you just lie around whacking off with the rats.
Yeah, but you heard the last part. You didn't say how I got there. And that was with smearing poop all over myself. I don't think I would be very attractive in that moment.
Oh, I don't care, baby. You can smear whatever you want all over yourself.
Oh, you find me that attractive?
I'm not judgmental, Poundcake. I'm not like you. I don't consider you a mythological creature.
Yeah, you can't smell, so that's good.
I can smell.
No, you can't. You ain't got no nose.
Don't tell me what I can't do. Who the hell do you think you are telling me what I can't do?
Okay, well, I'm sorry.
I can smell just fine.
Well, I'm extra grateful that you still decide to stick around after all my hookups.
Yeah, man, those really stink too. God damn, do those
Stinky,
stink.
as people
Oh
hate that I
my
say it.
God, I wish I couldn't smell. Oh.
Yeah, after Jim ain't got nothing on me.
No, yeah, right. Anyway, I just want to poke my head in and say hi and let you know that I've been thinking about you in solitary confinement. Just you and me.
Okay. Well, that gives me something to look forward to, I guess. I won't ever be completely alone.
That's right. So get out there this weekend and cause some trouble so you get arrested. So you get thrown in the can, baby.
All right. I'm glad you got my back.
I got you back. All right, I gotta go.
Right. I'm glad I'm so adorable that no matter what.
What's that?
I said I'm glad I'm so adorable that no matter what, someone will take me as I am.
Well, yeah, there are.
There's a lot of people on there.
There's a lot of people who aren't very discerning in their tastes.
Mm-hmm.
That's all right. That's what you got to really kind of hope for. You know, I was reading about dating red flags, and how it's much more fun if you date a person.
With red flags?
No, stupid.
Wait, what?
Bill got it.
I got it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Let's see if Poundcake can figure this out.
Mm-hmm. I was reading an article about dating red flags.
But it's more fun if you date an actual person.
Oh, you're dating the actual flag.
Boom.
Listen, not my best work, but certainly nothing that I thought anybody would stumble over.
Well, Poundcake just got so excited about the idea of dating somebody that's problematic that he's like, ooh.
He really did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that better be red as far as the eye can see. I don't want no green flags.
He likes them red flags.
You know, people never tell me I have red flags, but I imagine I do because I can't keep a man worth nothing.
Well, but you act like 2 dates and they're out. You
3 dates and they're out.
Well, but you dated McBoyfriend for a while.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, but I had to go through so many dates to get to that point. Like,
Yeah, but everybody does. That's what people complain about. They're like, why can't I find a good fill in the blank, you know?
Well, I imagine I have red flags that other people have noticed that they're just not, they haven't told me because maybe I just don't want to know. I don't ask. I'm like, hey, by the way, why do we stop talking? Why do we stop dating? I just assume they have stuff going on in their life. I have stuff going on in my life, so we just didn't, mesh. I've never really asked. I'm like, what baggage should I have that you just were like, I'm not going to tolerate?
Yeah, but also red flags differ so much person to person.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
What people will put up with.
I had a guy that was like super private. He was a super hoe, but he didn't want everyone to know he was a super hoe. He was like, well, I don't like the fact that you have a very public job. I said, but I'm not going to talk about you. He's like, it doesn't matter if I'm seen in public with you. I'm like, no, that's not the reason why you have hoed with everyone.
Seen in public?
He didn't want to be seen in public with
That
me.
is a red flag.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got a wife at home.
No, I kind of did my I almost
You did your
oppo. I did my research on him, not opposition research, but I did my research on him. It wasn't that. I just think that he was such a hoe with so many other gays in the area that.
Well, it sounds like he didn't want to stop hoeing either.
Correct. Like,
Yeah.
I think after you build up a certain.
Can't make a hoe a housewife.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, how am I supposed to have you on my arm where everyone was just like, oh, I was just with him the other day, and he was just.
That's why you just got to be honest about it. You got to be upfront, be like, hey, this is a casual thing. I'm going to date other people. It's okay if you do the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not people don't like that.
Well,
Some people are fine with it.
Article I was reading is about a survey they did of 1,000 women, primarily Gen Z, some millennials, 18 to 34 was the demo they were looking at what the biggest red flags for those women in that group were. And they said one of the biggest red flags was if the guy, quote, listens to Joe Rogan. An even bigger red flag than if the guy owns a gun. That is leaving a lot of you dudes out in the cold, by the way. A lot of you dudes out in the cold.
Screw them, go gay.
That'll teach them.
There's plenty.
That'll teach them.
You got to get Joe Rogan to say that, and then they will.
Guys will appreciate that. You don't want them, so we'll take them.
Well, but again, the Joe Rogan podcast is like the most popular one in the entire world. So for girls to go, I mean, again, we know exactly what they're talking about, but also it's leaving a lot of people out in the cold.
I never even made it through a whole Joe Rogan episode.
I have, but he's not even really like controversial just because he's not.
I'm not saying it's controversial. I just found it not super interesting.
They're very long.
Yeah, they are so long.
They have some episodes.
That's why
I pretty much stopped listening to podcasts because my commute's so short now that there's nothing to
get in 15 minutes.
Well, not even. It's like 10 minutes, and I'm here, and by the time my Bluetooth connects, I'm on the shoreway already.
How the hell do you get there in 10
I know
minutes?
fast, man.
I was like, mine's 13.
Yeah, I live closer.
Not really.
Well, it's also funny, too, because we'll have these meetings. We had one on Monday here.
Yeah.
At iHeart Cleveland. We'll have these meetings with like the digital team or whatever, and they come in every year and they tell you it's basically like they do a big presentation that you can easily distill down into, hey, post more on TikTok, But it's funny because they'll throw data at us and they'll go, you got to get people quick because people's attention spans are so short. I'm like, well, which is it? Are people's attention spans 8 seconds or 4 hours? And I know that there's a difference there between, people who are hunkering down to listen to a 4-hour podcast or a show like this, right? But most people are not listening to this program live all at once. They're listening at another time all at once. And I'm sure there's people chopping up a Rogan show too. But nobody can seem to figure out where people's attention spans are.
Well, if you're posting on Instagram or TikTok, you're really at the mercy of the first people that view your video in the algorithm.
The algorithm, yeah.
So if it catches those people, then it's got a chance to succeed. But if they just happen to be like, I'm not feeling it today. Like I've had some videos hit over the past couple weeks. I've had a few videos hit real big on Instagram, but then like the follow-up videos always like 2,000, 3,000 views.
Right.
Whereas the other ones are getting like hundreds of thousands of views. And it's just.
There's a lot of zombie scrolling going on.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, a lot of Gen Z and millennial women think that listening to Rogan is a big flag. MAGA is a huge red flag, as opposed to a red cap, which is what a lot of those people
Well, a
enjoy.
lot of them have a red flag, too, that says, make America great again.
There you go. Yeah. And girls say guys with no hobbies is a big red flag. Now, what if your hobby is listening to the Joe Rogan show?
Well, then it's, take that, ladies.
Yeah.
I got a hobby, so we knocked one of those red flags out.
I also love the irony completely lost on the women who said that any guy who identifies as a communist is a major red flag. Which it is. So
Quite literally.
Yeah. Anyway, you young gals, you got a lot of stuff going on.
All right,
and if I were a single guy, that would be my dating pool. I never dated women my own age. So obviously it's not something that affects me, but you single guys, Squifle Tower.
Yeah.
It's hopping up there.
I don't listen to Joe Rogan. I'm not a MAGA guy.
He's not a communist.
I'm not a communist. And I have a few hobbies.
Pool table maintenance being one of them. Refelting his surfaces.
There's no point in refelting it at this point.
Have you ever considered putting felt on more surfaces than the pool table to
Let's
make
see what
them
happens.
more?
Yeah.
Yeah. It might be a real magnet.
Maybe that's what I'll do next. Just get a nice felt couch, felt dining table.
A felt couch.
Yes.
Oh, it's like sitting on Kermit's face.
Yeah, I collect records. I collect shoes. I play records
and shoe.
Play guitar.
I play shoes.
I got some hobbies.
That's right. You play guitar?
I got my dog.
Oh, good for you.
I play guitar not very often, but I am still very bad at it.
You've called in before when you were on the road playing guitar. This was when Bill was in Cincinnati. He just called, got hammered, and left a message on the after hours line.
I do kind of want to get an electric guitar again, though. I haven't had an electric guitar in 20 years, and I'm kind of getting that itch where I might have to get an electric guitar. Didn't you get an electric guitar?
Shut up, Bill.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
I got to take a break. Hey, you want those Extreme tickets? The guys from Boston have announced they're going on the road. Extreme and special guest Living Color. Very excited for this tour. They're coming to MGM Northfield Park in a couple of months. So I'll get a couple of tickets for you coming back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. The countdown is on to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
The most massive live music event of the year.
Friday and Saturday, September 22nd and 23rd at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Superstar artists from every genre.
Foo Fighters.
Fall Out Boy.
Kelly Clarkson.
Kane Brown.
Lil Wayne.
iHeartRadio.
Lil Durk.
Lenny Kravitz.
Miguel.
Public Enemy.
Sheryl Crow. Travis Scott.
Tim McGraw.
TLC.
30 Seconds to Mars. And more.
Pete Wentz from Fall Out Boy here. Very excited to be performing at the iHeart Festival this year.
Don't miss our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
giving stuff away.
All right, they announced Extreme is back on the road. Gary Sharon, Nuno Betancourt, and the gang with special guest Living Color. Love it. The tickets are not on sale until tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Everybody will be able to get their grubby little mitts on them, livenation.com. You'll get the last pair from me here before everybody else grabs them. Saturday, February the 3rd is the show out at MGM Northfield Park. Extreme and Living Color. Car 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If he sounds super excited to see you,
hey, what's up?
Remember, he is a paid performer.
As a broadcaster, he's real good.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
The great, great, great Will Calhoun on the drums for Living Color. Easily one of the more underrated drummers in rock and roll and fusion and all that stuff is Will Calhoun. Song off of their very first album called Vivid. 1986, 87, whatever it was. I remember first time I saw that Cult of Personality video where Corey Glover's running around in that body glove surf suit. And I was like, holy Christ, these guys are going to be massive. And they were for a while. I mean, they had a couple of lineup changes, but it was a band full of underrated artists. Vernon Reid is a phenomenal guitar player. Will Calhoun behind the drums is awesome. Corey Glover, who is Danny Glover's nephew, kind of had an acting thing for a while. You'd see him pop up in things. He was in Platoon. But he was mostly devoting most of his time to Living Color. And so I'm so excited those guys are coming back. And yes, that is a show I will go for the opening act. Extreme, cool. Maybe I'll stay for a couple of songs. But I haven't seen Living Color in 20 years. And for a while, they weren't doing anything. So I don't know when they decided to reform and go back out on the road and do their thing. But I know Corey Glover was fronting another band for a while. He was doing something with the drummer from a band called God Forbid, which was another black metal band. Not a black metal band, a black-fronted metal band. So Extreme and Living Color, those will go on sale tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. LiveNation.com. Guardians are off tonight. They ended up, the Giants rallied late in yesterday's game out there in San Francisco. So they went down 6-5 against the Giants. They'll start up here at home for the weekend against the Texas Rangers. Max Scherzer, though, out for the remainder of the season. I don't know who the backup dude is there. But that'll be tomorrow night, 7:10, here on The Buzzard. We'll do our metal show, speaking of metal, black and industrial and gothic and everything in between. Our show is called 2 Hours to Midnight. It's going to be Saturday, 10 o'clock, me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler, and it's 2 full hours of nothing but metal.
When I was in Cincinnati, I was listening to EBN.
EBN, yes.
And driving around on a Saturday morning, and whose voice do I hear?
Stansbury.
Corey.
Oh, yeah.
Roddick.
Corey Roddick.
And I text him, I'm like, oh, you track for EBN? He's like, I sure do. I'm like, I love it.
Yep.
It's cool to hear his voice on other stations.
WEBN.
As long as it's also on this one.
Right.
I did not like when he wasn't on this one.
WEBN is a classic station in Cincinnati.
I will say, it's a good station, but we got him on the branding. They got some weird frog.
They got a frog. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's our buzzard. That eagle kills the frog.
You're right. The eagle. Yeah, but EBN, I mean, they've been in there a long time down there.
For sure.
I think they're the flagship for the Bengals and this guy, Kid Chris. is, I think, still doing mornings there. He was a guy that
he just added a co-host. They're doing a whole thing where he's got Sarah Elise is his new female co-host.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was a dude who could not keep a job for a long time because he was kind of still trying to do the shock jock thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the timing was not good. But I think he finally found a home at EBN. He's been there for quite a while.
He's been there a while. Yeah.
And he's a very creative dude. He's a very talented guy. But I think he might have finally figured it out when EBN picked him up.
And for people that keep asking me if I went to Jungle Gyms, I forgot. I completely forgot. Totally. I was down there. We were hanging out with my buddy Joe Briggs, and we did a lot of stuff. We just didn't make it to Jungle Gyms.
Yeah.
Just completely forgot.
Our old boss, by the way, was running EBN for a while. Bo Matthews was the PD down there at EBN about 10 years ago.
Made sure not to bring that up.
What's that? Be sure not to bring that up?
I said I was sure not to bring that up.
Is that a sore spot?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
Just busting Bo's balls.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, he's still in the business. He's running some other stations.
We chat from time to time.
Yeah. Well, apparently, happy hour is not a thing anymore because people are like, I'm at work.
Depressed?
I'm at work all day long. I don't need to hang out with the people I work with. They're like, happy hour used to be a thing. People wanted to let off some steam at the end of the week or whatever, and they'd go out and have some drinks. But I was reading a thing in the Wall Street Journal this morning about how doing stuff after work, post-pandemic, a lot of people just aren't into it. They're like, I developed a lot of new habits over the pandemic. I stopped doing a lot of things. You know, people are like, I'm going to go home. So, like, if you're in the sales business, you're still probably doing, like, client dinners and things like that. But most people working in an office, they're like, we're not doing coworker happy hours. We're not doing dumb team building events.
Yeah, that doesn't.
People want to
exist
work
me.
and they want to go home.
Yep.
Well, and every time they try and do one here, it's when we're on the air, so we're not going to be there anyway. They're like, hey, we're having a office happy hour
from 4 to 6.
4 to 6. And then they'll be like, Alan and Bill, why didn't you guys come?
Like, tell us you don't want
Well,
us to be
again,
there. Tell us you don't want us to be
no,
there.
it's not that. Listen, they've got to do it at some time, right? That's a normal time to do something like that. It just so happens we're on the air.
We're on the air, yeah.
They've actually said to me before, they go, well, why don't you just do a best of? And I go, because you're not paying me. You're paying me to do a show, not come hang out and drink. Sometimes I am paid to go hang out and drink, but that's not with coworkers. People say the 20th happy hour is not going to produce anything better for me.
And I think people have a lot of other activities now because I feel like this is a time where there's a lot of softball or volleyball or dodgeball or trivia. People have their own things with their own friends where it's not necessarily tied to work and also not always tied to drinking.
Right.
And also, it's expensive. Like, I don't know.
Well, that's why they have the deals.
But I'm saying some companies will like, oh, well, we have like this station. If we have a bar crawl, a lot of times in years past, we've had a tab.
Yeah, that we run out of after the first 20 minutes. They're like, oh, tab's closed. You guys got too many drinks.
If I'm at a company event, I'm not drinking on my dime. Absolutely not. And that would go for like after hours too. Like the very few times, like if I've had my morning job, if we don't have the show or something and they have a happy hour, I can almost guarantee that people know me from this show there, and they're like, we know you're not going to buy a drink, so we'll buy you a drink. We're just happy to have you here. I'm like, yeah, you do know me because I came here to get free drinks and I'm going home.
Is there any movement that you can make in that company to make more money?
What do you mean?
Could you ever like get a promotion or
the morning
anything
job
like that?
I mean, I have had movement, but
okay, I wasn't
also,
sure.
Well, I'm also at like a deadlock because I can only work
a certain amount of time,
a certain amount of hours. So how much are you going to move up?
Can't you get up at like work full time, 5 a.m. to 2?
Yeah, because people are really going to answer the phone at 5 a.m.
Call the other time zones. Find jobs for people in England.
Bill, just get out of my face.
Get out of your face.
Yeah, get out of my face. You get on my nerves.
What do you think about that?
wasn't in his face. Just asking him some very simple questions.
In my face right now. Get off
You
the
know what they say? The early bird catches the worm.
Mm-hmm.
I've gotten worms very early in the morning.
Well, but he's not, he's not trying to make a career out of that either.
Right. But he's also made it clear that we don't have to go down this road again.
Yeah, thanks.
No, let's go down the road. What road? The holiday road?
Well, he's not really trying to make a career out of anything, it seems like.
Well, I don't know what he's doing.
Nope, I don't know either.
See?
He's coasting.
He's coasting. He's got to figure it out.
Sailing. Christopher Cross.
I believe you'll figure it out.
No, we're holiday road.
I think so too. That's why I'm not sweating it.
Now, the Ouija board said that you will die in 4 years.
So what's the point?
Do you see? Some people would say, "I've really got to buckle down, and I really want to make the most. I want to squeeze the juice out of life." He goes, "What's the point?"
What would be the point? I mean, if that's the case, I would.
He's very nihilistic in his outlook on life.
I would have a lot of lawlessness.
But there must be something in your mind where you go, "Boy, that would really put some steam in my stride. That's something that's worth my time, my effort, rather than like, what's the point?" Because really, what's the point of anything? We're all just killing time.
Right.
Oh, I know.
But,
I like creating things. So
Yes.
Being on this show, very satisfying.
Yeah.
The podcast I do, very satisfying. Stand-up, very satisfying.
What's the podcast?
The Bill Squire Show, nominated for Cleveland Scene's Best. Hopefully we win. We'll find out next week.
Yeah, we'll
this
find
week
out
and next time.
one week from today.
1 week from today, we'll know all the winners and if Poundcake is Cleveland's sports talk.
Best sports talker in Cleveland Scene Magazine. Because, listen, it's nice to have a wide array of nominations for this program. We really want him to win.
Yeah,
that is the
one.
primary one that we want. All of the other, whatever wins we get next week, if any,
they'll be meaningless if he doesn't win.
they will pale in comparison to him
Right.
missing out on Cleveland's best sports talker. But what would put a fire up your ass? Or fire under your ass. Sorry, I believe the phrase is fire under your ass.
It's all kind of a preview for the game.
It
we're
really
gonna
is.
play.
I'm screwing up here. We're going to be quizzing Poundcake on a few things in a bit, and I'm jamming it up here. Can you envision anything that would really put a fire under your ass? You go, yes, that right there. That's what I'm going to go after. And I'm going to attack it with everything I have in me.
Because you're incredibly talented.
I think so too.
I think that you're very talented. I feel like, get discouraged. Not discouraged, but you have a lot on your plate that keeps you from pursuing things the way you want.
You have a lot of, I've said from the jump, you have a lot of raw materials. A lot of raw materials that a lot of people don't have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
the raw authenticality, as it were.
Yeah, no, I enjoy what I do, but I also live in the world where it takes money to do certain things. I have to live and provide for myself, and I have other obligations as well. I mean, if I got a job that, and it doesn't even have to be like a contract, but if I had a job with benefits, that would take something off of my plate to where I can focus even just a little bit more on my craft, because craft doesn't mean anything if you don't have time to hone it. I'm working several different jobs to pay bills, and then trying to stash a little bit away so I can have a little bit of cushion. So I don't I feel like I'm burning the candle.
I understand.
I'm saying I'm burning the candle at both ends. So there is a means to an end, but I'm not at that point right now. And everyone will say, "Oh, well, you're never going to be at that point." Well, there will come a point where I will have to be. Just like I came to a point where, I couldn't live with a roommate anymore. You get an apartment by yourself. And I'm working on that. I'm trying to establish my little independence. I don't know when that will come, but step by step. I don't know.
Day by day.
And that's an honest question. Or that's my honest answer. I don't know when it will come.
What if it never comes?
Well, then it was never meant to be.
What if you look back on a life wasted?
Well, I won't. I will be dead. I'm a firm believer
of... No, I mean, but people usually cast their mind back before they die.
Well, I'm going to do the best work I can while I'm here and try to do a lot of my job.
And when are you going to start that?
Most of my job well. Most of my job well.
Listen, that's all we can ask, to do most of your job well. And what percentage is that? What do you consider most?
A C is 75.
A C.
A C is
Wow.
75%.
All right. So a C.
A D is failing, so I don't want to do a 60% job. I want to do a 75% job.
Yeah, but a C is like average. That's just good. You said you want to do most of your job well. That implies that you I thought maybe you were going to be like 95%. You're like C's are fine.
C's get degrees.
Right. You know, you're not matriculating now, right? We're not handing out.
Yeah.
But I'm saying
You're not trying to get degrees. You're trying to get paid.
already in this business, you have to be at a certain like you had to stand out from all the rest. So now that you've done that, you're on another level. So being a C amongst a lot of A's, I actually do stand out.
What?
If everyone else is great and me being mediocre,
but everyone else, he's reverse engineered this.
I will stand out by being less good.
But you
than the
won't stand
competition.
out. I mean, you'll stand out in a not good way. And by the way, most people in this business are not A's. You could really stand out by being an A. This business is,
And like we tell you, you have the raw materials to do it.
this business is replete with C's. It would not be hard to separate yourself from them. You know what? I'm going to do less than everybody else. That'll really make me stand out.
That's how I'm going to stand out.
I like the way you think, though. I like the way that brain
I mean,
works.
it is original.
All right, we are going to play a little game with Poundcake when we come back. He doesn't know what it is. We'll tell you, though, when we return. 35192. Want to send a text for anything? AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
From time to time I dream that I'm a manatee, undulating underneath the sea, unshackled by the chains of idle vanity, a modest manatee, that's me. I look just like a chubby brown bananatee as I nose along the cozy ocean floor, immune from human folly and inanity. That's why a manatee is such a happy herbivore. I'm a manatee, I'm a manatee. I'm every bit as wrinkled as my granity. No difference between.
It's John
my face
Lithgow,
and
pride of
vanity.
Lakewood, Ohio.
A noble manatee, that's me.
And one of the celebrities who are going to be doing all kinds of wild things. There's a celebrity charity auction that's to benefit crews during the strike. A lot of people not getting paid as SAG-AFTRA and the WGA strike. People who aren't actors or writers aren't working. And so John Lithgow is one of the celebrities participating in this. He will paint a watercolor of your dog.
Oh.
For charity.
Cool. I would love to have that.
Right? Who wouldn't love just a random watercolor of their dog, let alone one painted by Ohio's own John Lithgow? That's pretty, I mean, lithograph is right there. Why didn't they call it that? I don't know. But I know I follow Adam Scott on Instagram. I follow David Cross, and they are part of this too. So you might have seen, depending on if you follow certain people on social media, you might have seen them talking about this already. Now, obviously, none of these are going to be cheap, but that's the point. They're trying to get people. It's the Union Solidarity Coalition, and it's to benefit a crew health care fund for people who aren't working right now while these strikes show no signs of stopping. The cast of Bob's Burgers will sing a song written just for you. I love Bob's Burgers.
Me too.
And they always have wacky songs at the ends of their episodes.
I like the wacky songs at the end of, what's the Alaska show?
Oh, The Great North.
Great North, yeah.
Yep.
They have some good songs too. The one that's about the jar full of teeth. There's a jar full of teeth. It's a great song.
Jar Full of Teeth.
Yeah.
See if I can find it.
My ex-girlfriend used to sing that. She knew every word to it. She would just walk around singing it all the time. And I didn't mind because I think it's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Is it on YouTube?
I thought it was, but I'm just finding a... Oop, hold on.
How many teeth were in it? So I'll look at it and I'll focus, because if your guess is closest, then you get to keep the jar. That's right, you win it. And there's nothing in the world that I couldn't do with that big old batch of fangs in my life. She'd be my wife. All those teeth would complete me. I would kiss each one so sweetly. Oh, how many teeth can be inside that jar?
Mm-hmm. That is a good song. How many teeth can be inside that jar?
It's so weird.
Well, that's the thing. They're these absurd, weird songs that are based on a part of the show.
Yeah.
Lena Dunham will paint a mural in your home. Remember Lena Dunham?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe she'll paint it with her boobies. Rosemary DeWitt and Ron Livingston will give you relationship advice. She is married to Mark Duplass, I believe. And Ron Livingston, they will give you relationship advice. Of course, people remember him from Office Space.
Office Space.
And he's
and
the
Louder
Flash's
Milk.
dad, Louder Milk.
Oh, yeah, Flash's dad.
Band of
big fan of
Brothers.
him.
He's in
Yeah.
all kinds of great stuff. Love Ron Livingston.
Louder Milk. I love that show.
Yep. Virtual hangouts with the casts of shows like New Girl and Bones. I like some Jake Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Tom
That whole
Waits.
cast is great.
Yeah, it's great.
Schmidt.
Tom Waits' personal fedora. Hey, here's my fedora. Hey, you want my fedora?
Want a fedora?
Yeah. I wonder if you hold the head hole of his fedora up to your ear, if it sounds like Tom, it just goes. Zoom sessions with people like Sarah Silverman, Maggie Gyllenhaal, Rachel Bloom. An official weird Hawaiian shirt signed by Weird Al and Dan Radcliffe, who, of course, played him in the movie Weird.
That's pretty cool.
Of course, played Harry Potter many years ago.
I don't have the money for any of these items, but still all very cool.
A blue apron from The Bear. Do you watch The Bear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great show.
A blue apron signed by the cast of The Bear. So this is what healthcare in America looks like now. You either have to start a GoFundMe, or you have to do a charity auction, or whatever. But obviously, the bids are on their eBay page for the Union Solidarity Coalition, and they're expensive.
What do you think will be the outcome of this whole thing?
Well, let me play a clip here. You know who Phil Rosenthal is? Phil Rosenthal was the guy who got famous and made his money as the showrunner for Everybody Loves Raymond. I think he was the head writer. He ran that show. He's done some travel cooking shows since then. It's called like Feed Phil Rosenthal or something like that. But he really made his bones on Everybody Loves Raymond. He had been doing some other things in Hollywood too. He was on the KTLA morning show, morning local television in LA. They have an entertainment reporter named Sam Rubin, who's been there for a long, long time. And a lot of times, since it's LA, they'll have people just come by the desk and talk about whatever. And Phil Rosenthal was there for something different. He brought them some cake or something like that. And they were asking him about the strike.
You're a seasoned guy.
I am.
Is the strike ever going to end?
Thank you. Thursday.
Okay.
I have no idea. And I've spoken to people, who are heading up the thing. They don't know.
Why do you? What's the problem?
Greed. And they're not in the entertainment business, these people. This is not about studios and networks and writers and actors. This is about corporate America versus the worker. It's very obvious that's what's happening. These giant conglomerations, they have the entertainment division as almost like an afterthought. I don't want to name companies, but they're in other businesses that they don't, if the entertainment part went away, they would be fine. So they don't care. That's the problem. The other problem is, for it to be really settled in a satisfying way that would, be long-lasting, there would have to be transparency. And Hollywood's not good at that.
These big companies say they're not profitable.
Yeah, I feel bad for them. I don't believe it. Do you? If they weren't profitable, they wouldn't be there.
So that's the whole point, is that these studios have gotten so diversified that he's absolutely correct. They have an entertainment division. And, you'll see these headlines about, since the strike, Disney's lost $500 million.
Nothing. That's nothing to
No, they make $10 billion a year, off the theme parks or whatever. So there's no incentive whatsoever. That's why I feel bad for all these people. They have no leverage. I know they think they do, and they kind of have to. If they do, I don't know what it is.
Until this guy said that these companies think of the entertainment business as an afterthought, I didn't think that. Like Hollywood, you said Los Angeles itself is a corporation. It is a business.
It's a company town.
And so they're not going to, it's already expensive to live in, and there's already so many poor people. They're not going to have these actors be out of work for that long.
Well, no, that's got nothing to do with it.
But wait, let me finish. These actors who are saying, they're saying that they are making leverage or that they have leverage. They do, because the PR is bad. We already know that these companies are greedy. And the companies are never going to say, oh, well, we actually need them. They have all these PR teams going out. It's actually another job saying that these actors aren't making any headway. So they're actually circulating, oh, well, these actors are not going to work for a long time. And I don't understand why Fran, the union...
Fran Drescher.
Yeah, Fran Drescher, the union president, why would she openly say out loud that, oh, we have enough money saved up for 6 months? Why?
Because they did.
But why are you letting them know that? Don't let your opponent know.
Because they know. They know. They know what's in there.
Well, the thing is,
those things are a matter of public record. The point is, and what Phil,
see real people
what
on
Phil
TV.
Rosenthal. Well, I guess we'll find out.
That is what it comes down to.
But the point,
buy into products
the point
like
is,
that.
about every 15 years, there's a strike. There was a strike in 2007. went, and anytime there's a sea change in technology, there's a strike. There was a strike in the 80s because of cable. Everybody was freaking out over cable television. So there was a strike. And then when the internet came along, there was DVDs, there was a strike. This strike is about AI and streaming. And when they point out that Disney made $500 million, the point of that, or is going to lose $500 million, the point of that is that's 5 times what the strikers are asking for. So they could have put this away. So if they're not worried about PR, if it was about optics, they would have figured this out right away. Now they will eventually figure it out. So the question becomes, why aren't they working toward figuring it? This is not going to go on forever. Everybody today is giving Bill Maher a hard time because he's bringing real time back. And so Drew Barrymore just needed to break the seal on these shows. Now, talk shows aren't covered under these strikes as long as they don't use writers. You hear people throwing the word scab around a lot. That's nothing to do with this. If you are not using, scab is like when you're using non-union writers. When you have other people in there, those are the scabs. But Bill Maher's a guy like, look, it's going to hollow my show out. It's just going to be conversations with the guests. He can't do a monologue because he's a writer too. He's in the WGA. He can't even write his own stuff. So he's like, I can't do new rules. If you watch real time, you know what all these segments are. You can't do desk pieces. You can't do, it's just going to be conversations with people. And his point is, there's a lot of other people on these shows that aren't writers who aren't getting paid. The writers in SAG-AFTRA get pissed because they go, well, that kind of, the more shows that go back, that makes it harder for us to negotiate. But there's no negotiation going on.
But I don't believe that, though. The studios aren't going to give the actors, let them think that they have the upper hand.
Both sides have said there's no movement.
I understand that. And the actors are probably not getting movement, but the studios aren't going to, they're going to wait it out as long as they can. They have, obviously, the longer money, but they're not going to say, oh, well, we can't have this on forever. Like, they're never going to let them know that it's hurting them.
But they're going to have to.
All right, let's play this game.
What?
We got time? And you said we were going to play when it came back.
All right. You want to tell them what we're going to do?
All right, Poundcake. So, do you know what an idiom is?
Is it something that sounds like but is different?
No.
No, that's a
well.
synonym. Well,
No.
it's like a phrase that. And no, I don't. I something like that.
An idiom is basically like a saying, like strike while the iron is hot.
Yes.
So we're going to read some idioms for you, and then you are going to tell us where the origin of that was from.
Where the origin?
Like what caused people to say this.
Okay.
So we'll start with that one. Strike while the iron is hot. Where did that originate?
A woman found her husband cheating and she burned him with an iron while it was hot. So strike.
I know this is why we wanted to play.
That's what I would just strike while the iron's hot. Oh, hey babe, you come home from work? Where are you?
Well, wait. So we're asking him for the origin or what it means?
I want him to,
because I don't know the origin of a lot of these.
Well, when we say it, I'll look up the origin.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. So
like, what about kill 2 birds with 1 stone? You've heard that, yes?
Yeah.
A lot of these you can kind of what they mean. You can kind of deduce by, you can infer what they mean. But kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I might be learning along with Poundcake.
Right. I thought that'd be a fun part of it.
Yeah.
Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I mean, I know it means, do 2 things, 2 wins at once. But like, I don't know. Is it a gambling term or?
Well, explain how it would be a gambling term.
I don't know. You.
Now I want to know how it's a gambling term. Yeah.
Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Like, I don't know. But I just know it's 2 things at once. Like, oh well.
So you're taking care of 2 things in one fell,
So, I mean, like,
one fatal swoop. But it's believed to originate from the Greek myth of Daedalus.
Daedalus.
Daedalus?
Yeah.
Daedalus, who killed 2 birds with 1 stone in order to get feathers to make wings. So there's the origin of that one. These are tough. This is, but I just like the way your brain works to try and come up. with how these originated.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What's the next one?
Two
Alan?
wins at once or something like
Yeah.
that. Like you.
But we want to know where it comes from.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but like I had to rationalize it in my head. But like, say you you won a lottery ticket, and then you won money from that lottery ticket. Then you went to go gamble that at a table or something, and then you won money there. So you killed two birds with one stone. One lottery ticket, and double the wins.
Oh, okay. Tough example, but fine. All right, what's another?
What about straight from the horse's mouth? Or looking a gift horse in the mouth? You've heard that phrase.
Yeah, that was someone was saying a rumor, and someone got confronted about that rumor, and then you went to the old fat bitch, and she started talking.
How do you think it started?
Yeah.
That's how I think it was.
An old fat bitch.
The town holler was saying something, and they wanted to know where it came from.
Wait,
and
she was the horse in this scenario?
No,
Oh.
I'm saying the town crier, the town holler, whatever it was, back in medieval times or whatever, was saying something. And they were like, "What? That's not true." They're like, "Check out the fat bitch over there and figure it out." So they went to the old lady's house.
Check out that fat bitch over there.
And she probably had some horses, so straight from the horse's mouth.
Straight from the horse's mouth.
Right from the source.
Wait, is the fat bitch the horse?
Yes.
Oh.
All right, this one is over 1,500 years old. It originates from the idea that a horse's age can be determined by examining its teeth.
Horses were very valuable.
Yeah, so if you get a horse, you don't go, it's a gift, so you don't go looking at his teeth and be like, "Wow, this is an old horse," kind of thing.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
But you think it's an old fat bitch.
Ask the fat bitch.
Yeah.
Like a gossiping fat bitch. Like,
Yeah.
not just anyone. Just
So
someone.
you didn't even get the meaning right, really, on that one.
No. I thought that was like, go to the source of the information that you say, straight from the horse's mouth. I heard it from the fat bitch over there. Yeah.
Well, straight from the horse's mouth is a different one, though. So that we kind of jumped around.
Okay.
It's very interesting, though.
Yeah,
What about riding shotgun? See, this one I knew.
Passenger seat, and got the gun underneath it.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's in the Wild West. The person who sat next to the stagecoach driver had a shotgun in case anybody came up on him.
Yep.
So it was riding shotgun. So
Hey,
he got that.
he
one.
got that one.
That's
I'll
a
give
good
it to
one.
him,
He
yeah.
got it. All right.
Rode with a couple shotties or two.
What about bite the bullet?
I know this one.
That's just like making a sacrifice, right? I don't know where it originated from, but it's
okay.
It's making a sacrifice. Someone, yeah, I don't know, sacrifice.
It's more of like a bad situation.
Yeah, it's just kind of
Before they had
grin and bear it kind of
Before they
thing.
had anesthesia a couple hundred years ago, people would bite on a bullet.
Because to keep from screaming and writhing in pain, you're just concentrating on biting the bullet while they basically saw your leg off or whatever.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
A couple of slugs of whiskey and then an
Mhm.
actual slug in your mouth.
What was the one I just said?
Do we want it? Which one?
I just said
Strike while the iron's hot?
Grin and bear it.
Grin and bear it.
Oh, grin and bear it. That's.
That started with gossip columnist Rona Barrett, right?
I was gonna say that's wearing a smile even though you don't want to. Someone probably, I imagine it was a little boy that got his ass whooped, and then he probably had to go in for like a family photo, like back when they used to have those big cameras and they used to press the button. Grin and bear it till the picture's over there. I'm about to whoop your ass. I've had a couple of those myself. Am I close?
No.
I'm like one of those 1800 photograph pictures.
I don't know what it is either.
It's a phrase that comes from an Old English word, Grinean.
Shut up.
How did you not know this, Cody? Come on.
For shows one teeth in pain or anger.
How did you not know?
I like my version better.
Your version's pretty good. Well, we've got to move on,
But it was worth it for his explanation.
Absolutely. His
of the
explanations
fat
are
bitch
always
house.
chef's kiss.
You go to the fat bitch's house and be like, "What you be saying about my man?"
That's right.
On her and ask her what's good.
What's good, bitch?
Heard you was talking wreck. I want
That's
to hear
right.
the horse's mouth.
You horse mouth bitch.
For all of us here at Idiom or Idiot, so long, thank you, and we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device.
about a founding father who died from a DIY catheter, the woman who wrote the dirtiest blues song ever recorded, how the Pilgrims smelled terrible, and of course, presidents cheating on their wives. All of that and more on American Filth. Listen to American Filth on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox gives stuff away.
All right, another co-headlining run with two of your potentially favorite bands, Great White and Slaughter, are co-headlining a tour. It brings them to Cleveland Saturday, October 28th, about a month or so away. They're going to play out at MGM Northfield Park. All the details, tickets, etc. at livenation.com. I'll give you the last pair I have this week, all right? Great White and Slaughter going out together. MGM Northfield Park, 28th of next month. 2 tickets here. For caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He's looking for people who like to laugh.
How you doing?
Just so he can see their disappointment.
Aww.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text if you're listening live on the iHeartRadio app. You can leave messages there. You'll see that big red talkback button there. And the Guardians are off tonight. They're coming back from a West Coast run. It saw them play the Angels. They took 1 of 3 against the Giants. 6-5 was the loss last night. So they'll lick their wounds on the way back home and then spend the weekend hosting the Texas Rangers at Progressive Field. 7:10 tomorrow night is your first pitch. Keep in mind you can use the promo code SPICY all through the month of September at CLE Clothing Company. Dick from Dayton got the T-shirt that I sent him. He called us last week frantic. And frankly, his call yesterday didn't clarify anything for me either. I was very confused as to how his clothes were seemingly all collected in something by his girlfriend's daughter, and his explanation was as clear as mud yesterday. Did you get anything out of that? He said that she put all of his stuff in a bag. I didn't understand that. But he was very upset because he had misplaced, in the process, his MMS T-shirts, which are, as you know, like gold.
Mm-hmm.
And so I sent him one. And the Buzzard merch at Cleveland Clothing Company, not exempt from your promo code. Whatever you want over there. If you're in one of their stores, you can use it. If you're shopping online, you can use it. Spicy is the word for September for 20% off at CLE Clothing Company.
Hey, buddy. You're always giving Cody Poundcake a hard time about his misuse of the English language. You said disinvited yesterday instead of uninvited. Now, unless I'm missing something, disinvited is a combination of 2 words that do not exist as a word together. My English, as you can see, was very goodly.
Mm-hmm. Well, you are missing something. Disinvited is a word.
You trying to go against Alan and words?
But feel free. You can use uninvited and you'd be right, and you can use disinvited and you would be right.
My misuse.
If I hear Poundcake say either of those things, though, that would be great. Have you ever used uninvited or you've probably used uninvited, like the Alanis song?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. I don't know in which scenario, but I have disinvited and uninvited a lot of people.
I was going to say, you have probably disinvited more people than you have been uninvited.
I honestly throw parties for who I don't invite rather than who I invite, because it might.
Wait, what? Explain that to me.
Because I want people to think that it's some big.
2 birds with 1 stone, right there.
By the way, everybody's blowing me up in the break. They're like, "You guys never got to strike while the iron's hot."
Oh, we
where the
didn't
hell
tell
did
what
strike while the iron's hot come from?
That came from blacksmiths.
Yeah.
Well,
you can only cast the iron when it's hot.
Right.
You get
so it's not a lady burning her husband across the face.
No, I was so blown away by his explanation that I completely forgot to tell you. I forgot to strike while the iron was hot.
A housewife who assaulted her husband with an iron.
An old maid, like a maiden, like home ironing his clothes. I
Yeah,
don't know.
we get what you mean.
Maybe in the 20s or something like that. And
Right. But I mean, but irons have only been around since the dawn of electricity. Well, no, I guess not.
because they had the irons that you put in the
Yeah, you're
fire.
right. Yeah, like flat irons. And,
Yeah.
Okay.
They put irons like in
Iron in the fire.
The coals. Yeah.
Yeah, I
stepping out with that tussy Clarissa.
Yeah, but iron in the fire doesn't mean the kind that you would use on clothes. I mean,
Well,
but
you
I
have-
get what you're saying.
But they have that kind too. I've been to enough
museums
and like historical reenactment type places where they've talked about those.
This is a charcoal iron.
Mhm. Yeah, they had that kind too, where they put the coals right in it.
Hey guys, it's the Goose. Love me, love you, love them. I don't know. Anyways, I heard Terry the Goat's not doing too hot. How about a segment every week called, Dick from Dayton? How about Dick Pics? Huh? Bye.
I mean, it's a good
You
name.
you think I could get Dick from Dayton since Terry the Goat has fallen ill, and as a result, she's not picking the NFL games now week to week this season. We wish her a full recovery, not just selfishly, but for the entire Marcinek family out there in Carlton, Pennsylvania. Terry is a valued member of Al's Livestock, and he was hoping that maybe Mayor the Kid could do it, but I haven't heard that so far. So do you think that I could get Dick from Dayton to concentrate one iota enough? No, of course not.
And he'll always be supportive of Cleveland teams. Oh, I think they can do it. Well, they're out of the league. No, I don't care.
But that's what you want. You want an unrealistic sports fan. You
Yes, but
want
not gambling.
Yeah, I was going to say, people
Gambling,
their
you
money.
if you're trying to win, you want somebody that's a little more. They're going for probabilities. They have some inside track, not just like I feel like the Browns are going to get it done this week.
Yeah, well, you want somebody like that.
Yeah, again, as a fan, yes,
Yeah.
but not for picks.
Okay.
It'd be entertaining. I just don't think we could get him to concentrate and pick all the teams.
Yeah,
and
he would.
He would not. He would come up with new teams that don't even exist or haven't existed for 40 years. I'm guessing the Oilers would get a lot of run.
I think the Houston Oilers. Yeah. All right. Well, that's a good assessment, I guess. I pick. Find the old teams. I picked the Cleveland Bulldogs over the Providence Steamrollers. The Akron Pros. Those are old NFL franchises. There's a lot of old NFL franchises. Back when it wasn't such a big... The Dayton Triangles. That was an NFL franchise.
Man, what a team name.
1920 to 1929. Cleveland had the Tigers football team, the Indians football team. We had the Chicago Tigers in the 20s, the Canton Bulldogs, right?
Okay.
So these are all defunct franchises in like the 20s and the early 30s. The Muncie Flyers from Muncie, Indiana. So if we could get Dick to be like, the Muncie Flyers are going to... The Racine Tornadoes out of Wisconsin. The Toledo Maroons. How do you like that? Does that mean that they're stuck there? But yeah, no. Thank you, Goose, for your suggestion. They made a big deal this week about McDonald's getting rid of their fountain drinks. You're no longer going to be able to go up, not least of which is because, people pay for it once and then go back there and fill it up.
Hey, man,
it's free
whatever.
refills,
I was
man.
going to say, you don't do that and make it seem like it's our fault. They came up with the policy. They should...
You got to live by it.
Yeah, but free refills hasn't been a policy for a long time.
It has.
No, it hasn't. It got
anymore.
grandfathered in.
No, that's
it's
not how
like
stuff
it's not like
works.
some teenager is going to be the fountain drink police.
If you have your fountain drink, like if you're at a Chipotle and you are eating in the restaurant, that is free refills until you leave that restaurant.
Absolutely. And I make sure if I'm leaving,
You fill it up on your way out.
On my way out.
Of course.
I don't care.
But
no.
this is just them getting rid of this is the back half of a lot of these places just getting rid of the dining room.
Yeah.
Because obviously they want robots working every job. They want any opportunity they have to fire people, they'll do it. So they're going to make the dining room smaller. They're going to have AI doing the drive-through. It's just going to be people making
Assembling
the
the food
until they
until
can
they
get
figure
robots
that
to
out,
do
yeah.
that. So they're phasing out the soda machines because, and obviously they have a lot of corporate speak, and they're like, well, it's way past time to do that, and the drive-through is really, people don't want to come in anymore. And like, well, is that the chicken or the egg, though? People don't want to come in. It's for a long time, the dining rooms were closed.
But I tell you
You
what.
couldn't go in. And now when you do walk in, there's a kiosk.
Yeah.
So they're like, we just want the people to give you the food.
I mean,
So
I can't remember the last
can-
time I ate in a McDonald's or any fast food restaurant.
You mean sat in one?
Like sat in one, and then
I met my ex at one.
yeah, that's right. That's right.
McBoyfriend.
Yeah,
I met McBoyfriend. That's why we called him McBoyfriend. Yeah.
that should have been a red flag.
No, because I was there first. I was getting my Shamrock Shake.
No,
while
for him.
Oh, shut up. I was getting my Shamrock Shake while I was getting my car repaired. No, don't you? You could say all the other stuff, but don't you dare try to turn it around on us, Alan.
shut your ass
talking
up.
about we can't get no free refills. Like that is not our fault. If
Well,
people
they're getting rid of it.
Well, it was meant to be then.
At places like Wendy's, they usually had it where you had to go and ask for a refill. Like you would get free refills, but you weren't in charge of it. You'd go up and say, "Could I get a free refill?" And then they'd fill it up.
You'd
for
see
you.
people going bananas at Taco Bell.
Oh yeah.
They would just hang. And again, I'm not a refill guy, but here's what I will
You're
do.
not a leftover guy, not a refill guy.
Well, no,
You should know this about
I
him.
will. I will take. I don't need that much, so I
Yeah.
will take what the cup holds. But here's what I will do. When we were at Rockside, and I would get Subway pretty frequently.
Mhm.
You know what I would do? So you go over. If you get a fountain drink, you go over, put some ice in it, fill it up.
Let it.
But you let the bubbles die down, and then you get it right up to the rim.
Oh, see,
Then the cap.
that's obvious, but
That's all I do.
But beyond that, what I would do when I would get or get a fountain drink, you go, you let the bubbles go down, you take a big swig of it,
Swallow
Yeah.
out of it.
and then you fill it up.
Yeah, I get that. Right there in front of them, right?
Mhm.
People didn't care though. You know those shared, like if we were to go to like Water Street Tavern and you get those big jugs that would have they'd be filled with ice and multiple straws in them.
Yeah.
It's like a fishbowl. People would bring those up to the to the fountain and just fill them up, and then they got a cap for them and they'll leave.
Yeah,
like
give me
now
a cap.
that is ridiculous. But if you pay for it and you're there, you're not breaking any rules, and soda costs them nothing. Nothing.
True.
Yeah, it's very.
I don't
Just a
feel
bag
bad.
of syrup that costs them a nickel.
Yeah, I don't feel bad one bit for taking that, and I'd be taking napkins too.
And it's the best.
They
Like McDonald's,
swaller out of it, and I was like, "Uh-oh."
they have their Coke. It's precision.
Chipotle has saved me from getting paper towels for such a long time.
Well, we saw that thing. The picture went viral about a year ago that they were getting ready to build it. I don't know if they have, though, in Minnesota. The Taco Bell restaurant where it's just drive-through lanes. And
It's like a terminal?
Yeah, like a terminal.
I'm okay with
You
that.
just pull in, it's mobile order pickups. and-
Chick-fil-A was an innovator of this. They have most places. Chick-fil-A has their own lane going off the off the road because they already know it's going to be backed up.
They put a Freddy's out by us. Freddy's Steak Burgers. You ever been to one of those?
Never been to that.
Yeah, Freddy's is good.
Gwen and Nora went to one, and I was like, is there anybody in there? And she was like, the inside was packed.
Wow.
I was like, I've never.
But that one's more.
Is
that like an eating park? Like you sit down and.
Well, no, it's. I'd say it's more like a Five Guys.
What is a Culver's?
Culver's is
It's a burger place.
Yeah, it's like a high-end fast food restaurant. They're very good though.
There's
I like
one in
Culver's.
there's one in Avon, and I was gonna get
Butter Burgers, whatever
Yeah.
the hell that is their claim to fame.
And they have custard, and
I was gonna get
they
dinner
have
with-
cheese curds, fried cheese curds that are so good.
They have food called a concrete, and somehow that is appetizing to people.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna get dinner with my dad because his birthday is a couple days after mine, so we were just gonna have like a dinner or a lunch. And I saw that, and I was like, oh, I don't know if that I didn't want to necessarily go to fast food, but if you say it's high end, I wouldn't mind going there.
And Culver's is good.
They have deep fried cheese balls.
Yeah, cheese curds, man.
Do you like cheese curds?
Dude, deep fried cheese curds are incredible.
I do not like anything cheesy, really.
All right. Well,
I'm not a big cheese guy.
You never know it. As much time as he spends on the toilet, Bill.
Right. Well, not anymore. Now he said he's moving quick.
Yeah, it's true.
Because it's the smoothies that got me.
Smoothies
Did you
kinda
download
groovy.
that Plop app
No.
so you could keep track?
I did not download the Plop app. However, I am going to, my New Year's resolution is to use a different word every day.
You know it's September, right?
I understand that. That's why I'm thinking about my...
Well, he's really laying it out early.
Yeah, he's getting ready.
That's not something a C student would do. Wait till December 29th.
I need to find out my New Year's resolution because I didn't have one last year. And I did a lot this year. But I'm going to get like one of those dictionary apps where they give you like a word of the day, and I'm going to incorporate that into my... Because I don't know how I'm going to fix...
for that.
I don't know how I'm going to fix years over...
We're going to be able to pick
decades,
out when he's using his new word of the day.
I was going to say over 3 decades.
Yeah, right? It's going to jump out like a sore thumb. That guy was a real reprobate.
But how am I going to correct all the language that I've butchered over the years?
We didn't say it's a bad idea. We just said we're excited about it.
We're very excited.
Yeah.
No, I'm excited too. I'm going to get one of those apps.
I got a break here. You want to get a text in for something, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where the pictures fly through the air, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
2 hours to midnight.
This week, brand new music from Prong and Employed to Serve, local music from the behest of Serpents and Cirrus, and classics from Exodus, KMFDM, and Suicidal Tendencies.
Saturday Night Metal.
10 to midnight.
On 100.7
WMMS. Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Alan. Circle K has done it again. Of course, football season is finally upon us. Bud Light and Circle K want to get you to L.A. Score a game day flyaway to watch Cleveland play L.A. on December the 3rd. Get out of Dodge for a bit in the middle of the winter out to sunny California. Get to a participating Circle K location, whichever one's nearest you, through November the 18th. Scan that QR code, and you could win the game day flyaway from Bud Light and Circle K.
At Mr. Hero, every sandwich deserves a sidekick. Imagine all the possibilities. A Roman burger with loaded tater tots, a chicken Philly with fried pickles, or a hot butter cheesesteak with breaded mushrooms.
I crave the hero. Your employees keep your company humming. So count on the Hartford Group Benefits Insurance to provide the world-class coverage and customer care that your workforce deserves. From supplemental health benefits and income protection to coverage for life and loss, the Hartford delivers the flexible products to meet life's ever-changing needs. Fuel your company's success with quality benefits from the Hartford. The Bucks got your back. Learn more about group benefits at thehartford.com/benefits.
Hey, K.O.B. You got what I need.
At the all-new Kia of Bedford. Buy any new Kia and make no payments for 90 days. Qualifying vehicles come with a complimentary lifetime engine warranty. And KOB wants to get you financed. At KiaBedford.com. Get pre-approved in minutes without impacting your credit score. Go now to the Bedford Auto Mile or KiaBedford.com. Get what you need at KOB. With approved credit. Deferred payments applied to remainder of finance. Interest accrues during no payment period. See dealer for details.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today. You may be glad you did.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
At Bank of America, there's one question we ask our customers to learn what matters most. It's not, how much money do you have? It's not even, how much money would you like to have? No, our question isn't about money. It's about you and what you want to achieve. Because that's what's most important. So, what would you like the power to do? Bank of America. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC, equal credit opportunity lender.
Order like a champ at Raising Cane's. With tailgates of hand-battered chicken fingers and cane sauce and jugs of freshly made tea and lemonade, you can guarantee victory for every game day meal. Raising Cane's Chicken Finger, one love. Order online or on our app.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Reduce your impact on the environment this fall by packing a waste-free lunch for school or work. Avoid foods with excessive packaging. Use reusable cutlery, napkins, cups, bags, and containers, and recycle or compost any waste when possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth. iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. When dining out or shopping at the grocery store, ask for sustainable seafood. By choosing sustainable seafood, you can help reduce overfishing, bycatch, loss of top predators, illegal fishing, and other harmful environmental impacts. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at a retailer near you.
Hey, it's Alan for Metro by T-Mobile. You know, the world is full of yada, yada, this and that, contracts and price hikes and hidden fees and surprise charges on just about everything. Well, Metro cuts out all the yada, yada, at least out of your wireless service, so you can focus on cutting the other yada, yada out of your life. So what does that mean? Metro by T-Mobile provides prepaid phone plans that are simple. At Metro, there's no contracts, there's no price hikes, there's no credit checks when you join, and Metro's powered by the T-Mobile network, which is the nation's largest 5G network. So everybody gets more without all of the yada yada, which is all great news for you because features and offerings are what make Metro great. So when you join, there's no surprises at all, no price hikes, no contracts. And Metro by T-Mobile is completely transparent about it. When they say there's no price hikes when you join, they mean your price will never increase for talk or text or data plans. Only exclusions are for limited time promos, per use charges, and third-party services. There's over 6,000 Metro stores nationwide. Stop in to one of them to get more info or go to metrobytmobile.com.
While interest rates are skyrocketing everywhere else, Diamonds Direct comes to the rescue. Now for a limited time, get 0% interest for 5 years on anything and everything. Now through October 1st, you get Diamonds Direct's incredible value price and spread your payments over 5 years with an unheard of interest rate of 0.0%. Nothing's held back. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets. At a time when you need it most, Diamonds Direct steps up with a best offer in the nation. Don't miss it. Get details, showroom hours, and more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. On approved credit.
While other apps are raising the price to stream music, podcasts, and more of what you love, your iHeartRadio app is still 100% free. So put your credit card away and download the free iHeartRadio app for access to all the music, radio, and podcasts you love. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Alan. Back to school means new beginnings, and your car can help provide the same for young kids all around the country. So if you're ready to turn your old car into something amazing, hit up Cars for Kids to donate that unwanted vehicle. CarsForKids.org or call 1-877-CARS.
and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
There you go. A little Rob Flynn and Machine Head. Saturday night, we're back. Metal show here on The Buzzard. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. 120 minutes of nothing but metal in all of its lovely, lovely forms. I'm your host, Corey Roddick, and Pat Butler join me. And we all throw in stuff we want to play for you. Play some local music this Saturday night. I always like to hear what bands are happening in Northeast Ohio. And then we pull out a bunch of classics, too. So it really runs the gamut. Gesundheit.
Excuse me.
Saturday night, 10 o'clock, 2 hours to midnight, another metal. You can submit a request. If you're in a band, send me something. 2htm@WMMS.com. So that's Saturday night. And then Sunday morning is the week in Cox. It is 8 to 10, 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. Bill and Poundcake are your hosts. I got to host with Poundcake last week when you were in Cincinnati.
Oh, how'd it go?
It was a lot of fun. Yep. He woke me up. I overslept.
Mm-hmm.
He was outside my house, and I said, can you come pick me up? And he goes, well, that's in the opposite direction. And I said, well, how badly do you want me to do this? And so he was outside.
Well, you said he can't host alone, so
that's
pretty badly.
what I said.
But Alan said he could host, and I was like, I'm there.
Right.
Yeah, what are you wearing?
Mm-hmm.
Pick you up. You wear your cute little robe.
What am I? I don't have a robe, but
you're not a robe guy.
I was a robe guy.
I
was a robe guy when I was younger. Yeah, in college, and I was a robe guy, but it's because I loved the robe I had, and I've never ever been able to find it. It was just this. I just wanted to replace it. It was a polo robe, white terry cloth, right length. It was just plush as balls. And I was like, I can't. And then it kind of got ratty over the years.
I was going to say, I had a robe.
I'm not like Jeff Lebowski, I'm like, I wanted to replace that robe, and I could just never find anything like it.
I used to like the robes because I had a Harry Potter phase, and I used to pretend that I was a wizard. And I liked the flowiness of the robe. So I would wear it for everything. I would wear it as clothes. I would wear it to get out of the shower, and it just got matted and disgusting. It looked like hamster hair. Like it was wet hamster hair. It was gross. And Mom was like, I'm throwing this out. I'll get you another robe. And the robe that she got was just so paper thin. She's like, I thought you would like the flowiness of it. I was like, I want my other robe. So I haven't wore a robe since. I've been a towel guy. So
I'm excited for it to get colder because I got a robe for Christmas last year it's too hot most of the time.
Too hot.
Yeah, I need it to be chilly out for it to be a viable option.
Sure.
So, now that it's getting into the colder weather, it's gonna be good robing. Good robing from here on out.
Good robing.
Yeah.
Yep.
I have discovered a love for people watching now, like more so than before.
You always had a love for people watching.
But like, I couldn't see people like.
You mean because you can watch from your apartment?
But there's so much more going on. I thought there was a lot going on in my old place. No,
because you're on a main street now.
Like, there was like, I was on a main street before. I was on a snow street before. But there's a lot more families in homes that really want to mind their business. I've seen fights. I've seen people like pull out guns and start shooting.
That was the old neighborhood or the new one?
That was the old neighborhood. This neighborhood, they're all my
young,
age.
Yeah.
They're all like up and coming. Like everyone's in an apartment. There's like 10,000, 15,000 people just in a square mile of where I live. And there's just so much going on.
There's a lot to look at right there. You can always have a new story every few minutes.
The way people dress, just the dog. I saw someone get chased by a dog. I don't understand these itty bitty little women with their huge dogs,
and they can't control them.
They can't control it. I'm like, I understand you have it for protection, but you need it for you need to be protected from it because it's huge. And the dog got off of it or the dog got off of out of the girl's hand, and so she's chasing the leash. She's trying to step on it. She falls. The woman that it was like chasing after, she's like trying to get up in someone's porch.
Are you watching this from like your front window,
No,
or
so I'm like
standing there with like a cup of oolong tea and
I can see the street from like my bedroom window.
I see.
But I'm
so you just put a chair there, and it's like watching television.
No, I become the old man that creeps through the blinds. I don't open the blinds because I don't want people to see me seeing them. So I just like open the blinds.
You peek through the blinds?
Yeah.
Why don't you pull them all the way up and just sit there and watch?
Because I don't want people to see me seeing them. I just want a peeky peek. And then I did something accidentally racist. I didn't mean for it to be racist, but it turned out to be
accidental racist.
Because I would be pissed if it happened to me. But I can lock my car from my bedroom window now if it's like, because I park on the street, and there was a black guy walking like right in front of it, and I didn't mean to. It just happened to be at the same time as he walked past my car. I went doot doot.
But you have a Kia.
I know. But
well, I understand that. I understand anybody walking by your car and wanting to lock it.
But I'm sure he probably thought like, man, I'm not about to steal your car. Like, it just so happened to be a black man right there. I was like, ooh. He probably thought.
But he didn't know it was you.
That's not the point. I knew it was me. I knew it was me.
So that wasn't accidentally racist. That was purposefully racist.
But I was just locking my car, and he just happened to be walking past at the exact same time I was going to lock my car.
Right.
And so.
Oh, you were already planning to lock your car.
Yeah, and I just, had my hand towards the window and went, tick, tick. And dude was like walking. He kind of like looked to see, like, hey, man, why I got to be the one to steal your car?
He looked around?
Because my lights flicker.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he probably thought like, oh, someone going to their car or whatever. He just looked to see where it was coming from, and he kept walking. He's like, this is some stereotyping stuff. Like, just want to lock my car, man. Just want to make sure.
It's not stop and frisk. Just wanted to make sure your car was all locked up. I get that. Alan, my wife bought me a robe a couple of years ago. I washed it, and now it looks like it was made out of the Cookie Monster. It's Mike in Parma. Was that mean ratty?
Yeah, the same type of fur. Like, it gets real
Because it gets
nasty.
all, like, bunched up, kind of.
I see.
Yeah, it goes from being silky to look like rat's been sucking on it.
Alan, didn't Poundcake's boss get him a pocket thesaurus? His Freshen's boss.
Years
ago. Wow, that's a deep dive.
I was going to say.
The things our customers
remember.
I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure he probably
didn't really
did.
work out.
But I also got a Jared Kushner book for Christmas, and I didn't read it. So
I know, but that's because maybe a lot of the words would go over your head. But you said now you want to get like word of the day. Pull out the pocket thesaurus.
Good God. This was like when I was in. I just posted a picture from like 10 years ago when I was at my college house. That was the house that he showed up to and got me that.
This person remembers. I don't remember that.
I remember it now that he said that, but it was not at the top of my mind at all.
Alan, if they're taking the fountains out of McDonald's, what happens when I want 2 ounces of each flavor in my one cup?
You got to ask them.
Get a suicide.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about 2 girls, 1 cup? I mean, come on.
I thought that was fake.
I never watched it.
The poop just...
I didn't watch it because I didn't want it to be real, and if it was, I didn't watch it. I've never seen it.
It was messy yet not messy. It just kind of like went like a milkshake into the little cup there. Like it wasn't. There was no mess.
There was nothing about my life that was going to be improved by seeing that.
Kids want to see stuff like that.
Kids.
I was a teenager when I
was
saw
like
it.
40.
I was a teenager. Oh, my boss just texted me.
Your Freshen's boss?
It was, yeah.
Still in your phone?
Yeah.
Wow.
Me and him go way back. He said it was your graduation present. So, yeah, I graduated college, and I think I was having a graduation party. He showed up to...
Imagine somebody buys a thesaurus as a graduation present.
Mm-hmm.
College or high school?
This was
college.
He was my Freshen's
Your
boss.
college graduation, you finished college, and somebody goes, hey, I thought you might need a thesaurus. As an English minor, right?
Yeah.
That means you never had one. You didn't have a Roget's Thesaurus?
My mama has a bookshelf with books that I don't think anyone ever reads. I'm sure there's a thesaurus in there somewhere. It's a bunch of Bibles, a bunch of old-ass Bibles.
Now, your mom knows that
Stephen
Thesaurus
King.
is not a dinosaur, right?
It's not.
I seen a Thesaurus.
Flew right over my car. All right.
Yeah, no. He showed up to my college house because I was still living there at that time, and gifted me a thesaurus for a graduation present. I didn't know it was a graduation present. I thought it was like a birthday or something.
Oh, I see. Well, there you go. You got that going for you. I couldn't help but think of our own Bill Squire when I was reading this morning that they are attempting a world record kazoo attempt. And of
Most
course-
people playing it, or
Yeah.
most people interested in a kazoo?
Well, what did you say? You said you wanted to learn it?
Last year I learned how to play kazoo.
Yeah.
That was my New Year's resolution.
Learned.
Yeah.
How does one learn the kazoo? I mean, it
And
seems
you just basically just try.
Okay.
That was the whole point, is that all you have to do is hum into it, and then you're playing the kazoo.
not a steep learning curve is what you're saying.
Exactly.
The 2001 Space Odyssey song from a 1978 album called Some Kazoos.
Someone's gonna play the brown noise?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the Temple City Kazoo Orchestra playing these songs? They did Whole Lot of Love. They did Stayin' Alive.
I don't think we need this.
What?
I'm gonna be honest. This is terrible.
Are you sure? I
It
mean,
just
it's a
sounds
whole
like
album.
It sounds like a pretty talented swarm of bees.
Oh. I mean, I love the Bee Gees, and that Bee Gees documentary from a few years back was
That was
great.
good,
But
yeah.
if this had been in it, boy, that would have been a very, very different experience.
For sure.
What about Whole Lot of Love from the Temple City Kazoo Orchestra?
Let's hear it.
Yeah, is this microphone on?
You know who was in this band?
Dave Grohl.
It was mostly members of Stevie Wonder's band.
Oh, really?
Stevie Wonder thought they were playing trumpets.
Not the Feral Cats.
Not the Feral Cats.
Oh.
Yeah, even better. Anyway, yeah, that is terrible.
Yeah, it's not
terrible. Oh, God. Miss You, is that by the Rolling Stones? That one's okay.
That's not too bad.
Oh, what a great song from the Rolling Stones. Boy, Miss You. What's the matter with you, boy? Oh, great song. Stones, of course, dropping new music. Talking about that last week.
Yeah.
First new album of music in 18 years. They haven't done anything new since 2005. Miss You off of the Some Girls record, I think, right? You know that, Poundcake. Who is this? Who sings this song?
You just said it like 8 times.
Who sings this song?
It's not the Rolling Stones.
Yes,
It
it's
is,
the Rolling
yes.
Stones. I was just
It was
talking
a
about
gimme,
them.
man.
Oh, that was yeah. This song is 45 years old. Late 70s. They were already 14 albums in, the Rolling Stones,
How many
right?
albums do they have?
A lot?
A lot?
That's
Yeah.
too much.
A lot.
Who's
How's
going
it
to
too
remember
much?
all that? Because it's just like...
And Charlie Watts played on every one. Great albums. Well, let me tell you exactly how many they have, because if their last one was A Bigger Bang, was the last one in 2005, and they've got, oh boy, they've got a lot. Their last album, the new one will be their 25th. There will be a couple of songs that Charlie Watts plays on the new one. Not Back from the Dead.
They just had them already recorded.
Posthumous recordings, yeah, that's right. Anywho, that's a fun song to play, too.
That's a jam right there.
Yep.
That's a groovy ass song.
That's right. What was the band from Akron whose lead singer died? Oh, that was Meow Meow Kitty.
Oh, yeah.
Dave, what was Dave's name? The front man died of an overdose, I
Starman
think.
Dave? Was it?
Maybe.
Can't remember.
But yeah,
Yeah,
Meow
that's-
Meow Kitty. They had a song called Digital Women about paying hookers with Bitcoin, and I loved it. Or was it? No, it was like a girl on a computer, right?
Yeah.
I think I still have Digital Women somewhere. I love that song. I'd love to play it in honor of Dave. Yeah, there it is. Got a vaporwave vibe to it. So good. Tells a story.
Digital women, digital play. I want a digital woman
Little Nile Rodgers guitar work in there.
in a digital way. I wait for you to buffer. It never works. My hands were in my hands. Now my pants are on the floor.
Yeah.
Also had Pound Town.
Pound Town's another one, good one too. I'm partial to Digital Women.
You tickle my pleasure sensors.
The video on YouTube, by the way,
It's so fun.
it's a must watch.
There's a Bitcoin on the nightstand.
Early days of Bitcoin too.
Shout, shout, get the f- out of my house.
Oh, goddamn. Oh, another genius cut down in his prime. Oh, terrible. But a great song. Great, great song.
That was Matt the Spaceman Bond.
Oh, Matt, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What did I
Yeah,
call
you
him?
call him Dave.
Sorry, Matt Bond, yeah. Yeah, great song. R.I.P. Matt Bond. Okay, I've got to take a break here. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. The countdown is on to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
The most massive live music event of the year.
Friday and Saturday, September 22nd and 23rd at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Superstar artists from every genre.
Foo Fighters.
Fall Out Boy.
Kelly Clarkson.
Kane Brown.
Lil Wayne.